Hello, good morning, everyone. Just before we start the SRP, a few preliminary items. For the unlikely event of an emergency, please note your closest fire exits. There are 2 in this room, 1 on this side and 1 across the room. The washrooms are located on this floor. If you exit the room by this door, you'll see the men's on the left and women's on the right. And lastly, and most importantly, please use the microphones whenever you're speaking. These are talk microphones, so you will need to activate them by pressing the button, and then please don't forget to turn them off by pressing the very same button. There are some microphones that only have 1 button, which is easy, and for those that have a couple, it's always the one where the face is speaking, with the speaking face. So press that button once to activate the microphone, and then press again to deactivate. And with that, I will pass it on to the panel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Johanna. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Streamlined Review Process, or SRP. My name is Anna Fung, and I'm the chair of the panel that has been assigned to review BC Hydro's application for public electric vehicle charging, or EV, service rates. With me today, to my immediate transcribed by e-decree, while the audio portion is being broadcast on the BCUC's YouTube channel. Please note that no recordings or rebroadcasts of this SRP today will be permitted beyond those maintained by the BCUC. A transcript of this SRP will be posted to the BCUC website once it's available. To assist with the transcription, please speak loudly and clearly into the microphone, and you will need to push the on button before you speak and to turn it off after you've spoken. Please remember to state your name and whom you represent before speaking, and spell your last name for the record the first time you introduce yourself. Mr. Jim Cody here, to my immediate left, is the BCUC's external legal counsel, who will be acting as the hearing officer for this SRP. If there's a need to file any new exhibits during the SRP, I would ask that they first be handed over to Mr. Cody, who will mark the exhibits accordingly. Any such exhibits should then be filed with the Commission Secretary after the SRP in accordance with Part 3 of the BCUC's Rules of Practice and Procedure. I would also like to point out Rule 15 of the BCUC's Rules of Practice and Procedure, which relates to transcripts. It outlines the process in the case of a potential transcription error or correction of statements made in the transcript. If anyone has any suggestions for corrections to the transcript, please make sure you follow Rule 15. BC Hydro submitted this application to the BCUC on July 28, 2023. The BCUC established an initial regulatory timetable for the proceeding in Order G219-2023. Since then, the proceeding has included 1 round of BCUC and intervenor information requests and 1 round of panel information requests. The purpose of the SRP today is to provide an expedited review of BC Hydro's application. For reference, in accordance with Exhibit A-10 issued by the BCUC on November 24, 2023, there are 7 items within the scope of this SRP. Interim rates, including their recoverability, refundability, and timing of implementation. Time-based and energy-based rates. Scenarios, inputs, and assumptions provided in Table 5-3 of the application. Portfolio-based approach, levelized 10-year period, opportunities for pricing flexibility and marketing budget, and implementation from interim rates to permanent energy-based rates. The panel requests that all parties please remain within the scope of this proceeding. Following appearances, BC Hydro's witnesses will be affirmed. Then BC Hydro will introduce its panel witnesses and make a brief opening statement. A presentation has already been filed prior to this SRP, the public version of which is marked as Exhibit B-9. Next, the SRP will begin with questions from the BCUC staff, followed by the order of appearances. Please note that the panel reserves the right to ask questions at any time during the SRP as necessary. As a reminder, if undertakings result from the SRP, parties should be prepared to make submissions at the conclusion of the SRP regarding the timeline for filing of those undertakings, as well as any changes to the established regulatory timetable. Lastly, if needed, we will conduct in-camera confidential sessions to address any confidential matters and materials. With regard to breaks, we will try to take breaks at natural points during the day, and we plan to take a mid-morning and mid-afternoon break with a lunch break around noon, depending on where we are in the agenda. This SRP will conclude by 4:30 p.m. today and resume tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. With that, I now call on the BCUC project manager for this proceeding, Mr. Leon Chung, to introduce the BCUC staff team, followed by Mr. Cody, who will then call for appearances before affirming the BC Hydro witness panel. If parties have any procedural issues to raise, they should indicate that during their appearances. Thank you, and over to you, Mr. Chung.
Thank you, panel chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Leon Chung, last name spelled Cheung, and I'm the project manager of this proceeding. With me are lead staff, Dhruv Bajaj, last name spelled Bajaj, external consultant, Julie Tran, Tran, and hearing administrator, Johanna Barasek. BurySek. I'd also like to acknowledge the supporting staff that have helped organize this SRP. Thank you.
Mr. Cody?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, participants. First in the order of appearances is BC Hydro and Power Authority.
Good morning. My name is Ian Webb, W-E-B-B. I'm legal counsel to BC Hydro, appearing at the SRP this morning, and we have nothing to add to the agenda or the process.
Next on the order of appearances, BC Sustainability Energy Association of BC.
William Andrews, ANDREWS, for the BC Sustainable Energy Association and the Vancouver Electric Vehicle Association. With me today is Mr. Tom Hackney, HACKNEY, and later today we may be joined as an observer by Lana, L-A-N-A, Gonaratsky, G-O-N-A-R-A-T-S-K-Y from BCSEA. I have nothing to add to the agenda. Thank you.
Next on the list is Kelly Carmichael.
Kelly Carmichael, representing myself, and I have nothing to add at this moment.
Next on the order of appearances is Fortis BC Inc.
Representing Fortis BC, managers of rates and revenue and regulatory departments. No, nothing to add to this agenda.
Next is the Commercial Energy Consumers Association of BC.
Good morning, panel and participants. Chris Weafer, W-E-A-F-E-R, counsel to the Commercial Energy Consumers, and with me is Mr. David Craig, C-R-A-I-G, consultant to the Commercial Energy Consumers, and we have nothing to add to the agenda. Thank you.
Next is the Residential Consumer Association of BC.
Good morning. Michael Vaney, last name V-A-N-E-Y, with Residential Consumers Intervenor Association, and with me is Abdul Abomazad, A-B-O-M-A-Z-I-D. Nothing to add. Thank you.
And last on the list is the BC Old Age Pensioners Association of BC, et al.
Good morning. My name is Irene Mies, last name M-I-S. I'm here on behalf of BCO et al., and I have nothing to add to agenda.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Cody, I believe it's now your turn to affirm the witnesses, and then
Yeah.
perhaps they could be introduced first and then be affirmed by Mr. Cody.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Chris Sanvey, S-A-N-D-V-E. I'm the Chief Regulatory Officer at BC Hydro, and I'll let my colleagues on the panel introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Xiaoqing Chou. Last name spelled C-H-O-U. I am the Senior Regulatory Manager for Tariffs and Rate Design.
I am Kees Jensen, J-A-N-S-E-N. I'm the Director of EV Service Delivery at BC Hydro.
Is that it for the panel? Is it those three?
Yes.
Okay, so I can do the affirmation from here. We'll start with Chris Sandy first. Do you solemnly promise, affirm, and declare that the evidence given by you in this hearing today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Shengxing Shao, do you solemnly promise, affirm, and declare that the evidence given by you in this hearing today shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Kees Jensen, do you solemnly promise, affirm, and declare that the evidence given by you in this hearing today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
That concludes the affirmations, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. And I believe BC Hydro has already pre-filed a presentation that's been marked, a public version has been marked as Exhibit B-9 in this proceeding, but does BC Hydro wish to make an opening statement before we turn it over to cross-examination?
Yes, Madam Chair, if we could just have a few minutes to review some of the slides, we'd appreciate that.
Please go ahead, Mr. Sandeep.
Thank you. I'll start this morning just by speaking briefly to order number G1822, which was the order on BC Hydro's initial application. And would just say that I think in summary, the Commission's determination in that order was to find that BC Hydro's initial application missed the mark, but to set out some parameters for a future application. And we've worked hard to work within those parameters, and we hope that we can have a discussion about those over the next couple of days and how we've tried to adhere to the cost-based rate path that the Commission set forward in that order. There's a slide, slide 3, on the updated proposed rates, and I just wanted to briefly outline where parties may find additional information with regard to the updated proposed rates if needed. As that slide outlines, there are 2 changes that led to the updated proposed rates. The first is with regards to the general rate increase assumption around the deferral account rate rider and the trade income rate rider. Specifically, the previous rates had the deferral account rate rider and trade income rate rider being applied within the model, whereas we realized when we were responding to the information request that we actually needed to pull the deferral account rate rider and trade income rate rider out and apply them after the fact. And that's consistent with how we do our other rate schedules, and we realized that inconsistency when we were going through. That's detailed in our response to BCUC IR 1.1.1. We also realized an error with regards to how we had calculated some of the electricity costs. That is also discussed in BCUC IR 1.1.1 with further discussion in BCUC IR 1.26.2. The next slide just talks about our request for interim rate approval, and what I would say here is just that our sense from the panel IRs is that we may have missed the point of some of the Commission's questions around interim approval, and so certainly if we have, we welcome the opportunity to clarify our answers and to make sure that we're speaking more directly to any questions the Commission or other parties may have. But in brief, I'll just make a couple points on this slide. The first is to say that With regards to the request to have an interim rate schedule 4100, that is driven primarily by the need or desire to be able to charge rates for level 2 and 180 kilowatt hour dual port fast charging service, which, as the slide shows, we currently do not have a approved interim rate that we can charge. With regards to any interim revenue that is earned from those interim rates, we have accounted for that revenue in our rate model, and with regards to any questions that there may be around interim versus permanent rates, our intent is that by accounting for that revenue, we have taken the approach of refunding any or recovering any difference between interim and final rates back to the class by accounting for it in the model. But again, if there's more details we can provide as we go today to make sure we're speaking to any questions the Commission and others may have on that issue, we're happy to do that. The other clarification point I just wanted to make on this slide is that we asked for permanent energy-based rates to be made effective up to 60 days after the Commission's decision. And I just wanted to clarify a bit what we meant by that in case it was unclear. Ideally, we'd like these rates to become effective the first of a month, and that's just to help with evaluation reporting going forward. It's a bit more complicated if we're having to deal with fractions of months, so we'd like it to be the first of a month. And if you think about how the BCUC decision may come out, if it's in the latter half of a month, then we'd like the first of the month not to be that immediate month coming right up, but the month after, just to give some time. If it's earlier in the month, then that may not be the case. So up to 60 days was our way of just trying to say first of the month, with enough breathing room to give us 3 or 4 weeks to communicate to customers about the changes before they become effective. So hopefully that's clear. The following slide is with regards to our marketing budget proposal, and the point I wanted to make on this slide was just 2 things. First is just to say that we appreciate that this proposal is not something that we put in our original application, and appreciate parties and the Commission's patience as we try to explain this proposal in real time today. The reason we thought it was important to introduce is that there were some proposals put forward by interveners. I think in particular the proposal put forward by BC Sustainable Energy Association, Vancouver Electric Vehicle Association around an overnight rate. And that caused us to think about the need for having a way to incorporate some more pricing flexibility. And we thought it was important to bring that forward in this proceeding. So that's what we've done. What the marketing budget proposal does is essentially incorporate, under the reference case, $6.5 million of additional revenue over the 10-year period. And the reason that we're doing that and we're calling that a marketing budget proposal is, in our view, that $6.5 million gives some assurance. If BC Hydro were to come forward to the Commission at a future date with an application and say, here's a rate that we'd like to try on a temporary basis, here's the benefits we think it may generate, but because we haven't tried it yet, we don't know for sure. That $6.5 million is, in our minds, a cushion that says, well, we may have good expectations about how this rate will perform. In the event that it doesn't go as planned and there's a revenue loss, we've got a $6.5 million allowance in there for that. And it just allows us a bit of a sandbox, if you will, to try some future temporary rates in the future if we think that flexibility would be beneficial. And again, we would bring those proposals forward to the Commission first for approval on a temporary basis. The following slide just provides some examples. I won't bother going through those examples in detail. They're just on the slide there for reference for those that are interested. And then with regards to the NACS connector cost analysis, I'll just turn it over to Mr. Jensen to briefly describe what we did there.
Yeah, Kees Jensen, BC Hydro. There was a request made by the Commission to provide some sensitivity analysis with regards to the North American charging system connector, referred to as the NACS connector. So for context, BC Hydro has been deploying CHAdeMO and CCS connectors over the last 10 years. And the reason for this is that with the exception of Tesla, the car manufacturers produce their cars with either a CHAdeMO or a CCS connector. In June of this year, though, the car manufacturers announced that they would be switching over to Nexus connectors as of 2025. And so with this industry development in mind, and believing that most car manufacturers over time will switch over to the Nexus connectors, BC Hydro will start providing Nexus connectors as well at its charging stations. So we have been in contact with our station providers. We have not received any cost information as it relates to retrofits or changes in cost as it relates to new stations. As we looked at the sensitivity analysis, you'll see in the table it is broken down in two components. The first component is focused on new stations. For new stations, in the reference case, we expect the cost to remain the same. This is based on the assumption that there's no incremental cost for fast charging ports. The cost of stations would remain as it is today. With other connectors, we expect a blended rate of 65% of charging stations to having Next connector over the 10-year period, which means that initial years will start with 50 or 60% Nexus connectors on charging sites, going all the way up to 97% in later years, basically. You see that the cost for the reference case and the high-end case is zero. For the low-end sensitivity case, we have assumed that the next connector cables would double in price. And I do like to reiterate that we don't have that cost information right now, but we have taken a very conservative approach as it relates to that. And based on that assumption, the additional cost would be $3.4 million over the 10-year period. For the second component of the table, the retrofits, it's assumed that based on the current information that we have, that the 50 and 100 kilowatt stations are not capable to be retrofitted. And so BC Hydro would switch to a Nexus connector for those charges once we replace them at the end of life. The historical cost for procuring and replacing, cables is up to $7,500 for more expensive cables. So we have taken that assumption as we did the cost analysis, and we have assumed that 50% of the 180 kilowatt charges that we will be receiving between now and November 2024 would be replaced with a Nexus connector. So in the reference case, that would result in approximately $516,000 additional cost. For the low sensitivity case, we have assumed that the cost per cable would be higher, the $10,000, and we have assumed that vendors would allow us to replace those cables of the 100 kilowatt charging stations, which we haven't confirmed yet. In that particular case, the cost for the low-end sensitivity for retrofits would be $915,000. And for the high-end sensitivity case, we have assumed that cost of the cables might actually be lower, although unlikely. And in that particular case, the cost would be $476,000.
Okay, and then just to wrap up on this final slide, this just shows the impact to the forecast revenue to cost ratios over the three different scenarios from the two updates that we went through. So first, with regards to the marketing budget proposal, so we started in the reference case with a revenue to cost ratio of just over 100%, 100.79%. If we build in that $6.5 million impact, then that obviously will bring that ratio down. We then built in the cost of the NACS connector retrofits. When we did the sensitivity analysis that the Commission requested, we realized that that is something that we should have built in, but had not, although it is a fairly minor cost. The reason that it's a lower number than the number that Mr. Jensen was leaving on the previous slide is that we're looking at the amortization cost here, not the total cost, so just what gets amortized within the levelized period. That's $394,000. If we build those two numbers into the model, we end up with a revenue to cost ratio now under the reference case of just under 100%, 99.55%. If you were to try to bring up the reference case to a 100% revenue to cost ratio, accounting for those two updates, it would require a change to the permanent energy-based rates of 0.3 cents. So the rate for level 2 chargers would go from 28.28 cents to 28.58 cents, and the energy-based rate for all other power levels would go from 34.34 cents to 34.64 cents. And that concludes the opening remarks that we wanted to make this morning. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Sandy, and the rest of the panel. I just have a question. You filed this as an exhibit. I'm just wondering whether it's appropriate. Do you want to receive questions on what you've just said right now, or do you want parties to reserve the questions, even though it relates to this exhibit, to when it's their turn to conduct cross-examination? I'm in your hands.
Oh, I was going to say the same thing, but it may work best if there are clarifying questions on the presentation, perhaps to take those now, just in case that impedes the discussion later on. We'd be happy to do that if that's helpful.
So let's start with BCUC staff. We're just focusing on Exhibit B-9 for the moment.
Thank you, panel chair, and thank you, witnesses. At this time, we don't have any questions on the presentation, but we will refer to the presentation later on. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Andrews, please.
BCSE and Viva don't have any clarification questions on Exhibit B9.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Mr. Carmichael.
I have no questions about this.
Thank you. CEC, Mr. Weaver.
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed Mr. Ho.
No question at this time.
Thank you. RCIA.
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Miss.
I have a question, just we'll find it. So I have a question about marketing activities, which you listed on a slide under marketing budget proposal. BC Hydro has indicated that one of the pricing flexibility options is overnight discounts. And my question is, apart from level 2 curbside charging close to EV owners' residence, is it realistic to assume that overnight discounts will increase use in public EV charging services? And if yes, why?
I think we would expect such a rate, an overnight discount rate, would probably primarily be aimed at level 2 charging rather than fast charging, given that level 2 charging takes longer and you can park and have that occur overnight. Maybe I'll just add, in the context of this application, just to clarify how we're thinking of the issue and what we're seeking. Really what we're seeking in this proceeding is to build in that $6.5 million revenue cushion. In terms of what we would use that for and the specific temporary rates that might be offered, we would apply to the Commission separately for any of those, and we would argue the merits of those various proposals at that time.
Thank you. And another question on the same topic, probably. In the pricing of level 2 charging services, particularly those at curbside locations, does BC Hydro agree that the rates should not be so low as to encourage EV owners capable of charging at home to use curbside charging instead, which might in turn reduce the availability of such chargers for those who really need them? Yeah,
I think we'd agree with that statement, and I would just note that The rate for level 2 charging, as I mentioned earlier, is 28 cents per kilowatt hour, and that is a fair bit higher than what a customer would pay if they were charging at home, either at step 1 or step 2.
Okay, that's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Ms. Miz. Mr. Zandy, I have a question for you. You have mentioned that you have built in revenues under the current interim rate proposal, which essentially deals with the whole issue of refundability of interim rates. But what about the previous interim rates that were already in effect by commission order?
So the way that we think we've built in that is by carrying forward the balance from the EV fast charging regulatory account. So that balance at the end of fiscal 2023, so March 31st of last year, was $5 million. That $5 million is built into the model as a cost that is amortized over the 10-year levelized period. So we would look at it as the current interim rates are built into the model through the amortization of that regulatory account balance. The interim rates, should they be approved with regards to rate schedule 4100, we have assumed that revenue in the model and they're accounted for that way.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, now I think we are on to general cross-examination, and we're going to begin with the BCUC staff. So, Mr. Chung, over to you, please.
Thank you, panel chair. Good morning, witnesses. It's Leon Chung here, and commission staff is going to take turns to cover the topics of the SRP. So I'll start first, followed by Mr. Bajaj, and then followed by Ms. Tran. And I believe on Friday, commission staff provided the witness aid, and it's marked Exhibit A2-5, and we'll be using that to refer to our questions. And I'll give a moment for everyone to get a copy of the witness aid. Okay. So I'd like to start off by understanding a little bit better about the interim rate request that was proposed by BC Hydro and subsequently clarified in the panel IRs. Would you please turn to page 15 and 16 of the witness aid? So on page 15, this is the rate schedule 4100, and this is the rate schedule that BC Hydro you referred to earlier in the presentation. This rate schedule was provided in response to BCUC IR1, and the rate schedule lays out the level 2 charging, level fast chargers based on various power level, which includes the time-based charge and energy-based charge. And if you flip to the next page, it also includes the extended state charge. And I'd like to refer you to page 14 of the witness aid. This is a draft order that was provided as part of the IR1 response. And under Directive 1, BC Hydro is proposing that the BCUC approve rate schedule 4100. As shown in attachment 3, that was the rate schedule that I was referring to a minute ago. To be approved on an interim, non-refundable, and non-recoverable basis. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'd like to go back to BC Hydro's opening presentation slide number 4. On that slide, in the middle column where it's titled Proposed Interim Rate RS 4100, it provides the time-based rate, and that is for level 2, 25 kW fast charging, 50 kW fast charging, 100 kW fast charging, and the 180 dual port. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So can you clarify exactly which category of interim rates BC Hydro is requesting BCC to approve? Is it the entire rate schedule 4100 as filed in the IR response, or is it only the time-based rates that are in the presentation on slide 4?
We, I think I would make 2 points. The first is to say that I think the way that we put it forward was in effect to seek approval of both. However, in terms of what we're seeking to effect, which is to be able to charge for level 2 charging stations and the 180 kilowatt dual port, we would be able to do that if only the time-based energy charges were approved on an interim basis. So in other words, we do not need to seek, we are not seeking commission approval to approve the energy-based charges on an interim basis. We could strip that out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Sandy. So when do you intend to then apply for approval of energy-based rates? Is it within the context of this proceeding, this SRP, or will there be a further opportunity for us to talk about energy-based rates at a future date? I'm not quite sure.
It would be within this proceeding. So we are seeking in this proceeding approval of permanent rates that would be energy-based, and we would implement those permanent energy-based rates following the Commission's decision, setting whatever those rates are, which would also allow us to do the platform updates that we need to do, which are currently scheduled for January. So we expect that they'll be completed by the time the Commission's decision in this proceeding comes out. So energy-based rates on a permanent basis is an outcome of this proceeding, but in terms of just the interim step, time-based would be sufficient.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chung, please continue.
Okay, thank you. Just so that I'm clear here. So is it fair for me to say that BC Hydro is not seeking interim approval of the extended stay charge at this time?
Correct.
Okay. And BC Hydro is not seeking energy-based rates on an interim basis at this time?
That's correct.
Okay. And would it be fair for me to say that BC Hydro is seeking interim approval for all the time-based charges? So that would be level 2 between, sorry, just give me 1 second here. Sorry, up to 25 kW, between 25 and 50 kW, 50 to 100 kW, as well as 100 to 200 and 200 plus?
Yes, that's correct. And I would just maybe note 2 things. One is that the time-based rates for the power levels where BC Hydro already has interim approval are the same as what's in place now. And second would be just to note, as we discussed in our response to panel IR 1.3, that certainly can appreciate that it would be better perhaps to be able to confine it only to level 2 and 180 kilowatt dual port. Unfortunately, just because there's some other language updates that need to take place throughout the rate schedule with regards to power level ranges, in our view, it became a bit difficult to disentangle, which is why we sought interim approval across all of the power levels.
Okay, thank you. Then I'd like to move on to the witness aid, page 7. So here, Mr. Sanvi, I think you referred to the time-based rates being the same between the existing interim rates and the proposed interim rates for certain power levels. So that will be 25 kW, 50 kW, and 100 kW. So I'm looking at the updated table 5-2 at the bottom. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And what you're saying is, and I'm referring to table 1.1 now on top, what you're saying is BC Hydro on an interim basis, you are seeking approval for also the 40.4 cents and the 50.5 cents time-based charge for the higher 100, between 100 to 200 fast charging and greater than 200 kW fast charging. Is that correct?
So we don't have stations at those power levels yet. With regards to, and we did in the way that we put forward the original interim request, seek approval for both those power levels. I think to clarify, I just discussed with my colleagues, we don't need the greater than 200 kilowatt hour fast charging time-based rate on an interim basis. We don't see deploying those stations prior to the implementation of permanent rates. However, we do see a need to be able to deploy the within the 100 kilowatt to 200 kilowatt power level on an interim basis.
Okay, thank you. So, with respect to the fast charging stations right now, you mentioned that there are no greater than 200 kilowatt stations at this time. Does BC Hydro foresee any coming online within the next 4 to 6 months?
For over 200 kilowatt within the next 4 to 6 months, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And with respect to the 40.4 cents time-based charge for greater than 100 kilowatt but less than 200 kilowatt, that is required on an interim basis, and that's because for the dual port 180 fast charger, if there's only one EV present, that power level will not split into two, which is 90. Is my understanding correct?
That's correct. If two cars are connected, it goes down to 90 kilowatt, but if one car is connected, it will be 180 kilowatt.
Okay. Next, I would like to explore a little bit about on the specific rate amounts that BC Hydro is seeking approval for. So I'd like to go back to page 15 and 16 of the witness aid. And I'll also use page 5 of the witness aid. Maybe it might be easier to look at it side by side. Look at both page 5 and 15 side by side. So on page 15 of the witness aid, this is in response to BCUC IR1. And that is also the rate schedule 4100 that's referenced in the draft order. And I want to give you an example here. So let's go to point number 4. on page 15 of the witness aid. So it says, fast charging port of power level greater than 50 kilowatt and less than or equal to 100 kilowatt, and the time-based charge is 27.25 cents per minute. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go to page 5 of the witness aid. Under Table 2, Table 2 is titled Proposed Fiscal 2024 Rates and Rate Customers Will Be Charged. And Table 2 is split between no DAR and with minus 1% DAR. And for the record, DAR stands for Deferral Account Rate Rider, and spelled DARR. Do you see Table 2?
I do.
Okay. And with the so I refer to the 27.25 cents per minute. And in Table 2, where I find 27.25 cents per minute, is under the with minus 1% DAR column. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So, can you clarify which set of rates BC Hydro is seeking interim approval for? Is it with the minus 1% DAR or with no DAR?
Maybe just give us a moment. The numbers are appearing to me a bit different than I may have thought, so I'll just confer with my colleagues here. One moment.
This is Xiaoqing Chou. In the rate schedule 4100, under the energy charges, we included the negative 1% DAR in these rates, and this is the only rate schedule we apply DAR into the rates directly, and it's not in the staff witness aid, but in the last page of rate schedule 4100, under rate rider, we did specify that the deferral account rate rider has been applied to the energy charges. During the process of developing the rate schedules, we found that because of the introduction of, in the future, the trade income rate rider, what customers are going to actually pay and what we put on the tariff sheets are going to be different. Meaning that, for example, the energy-based rates of 34.34, what customers actually are going to pay will have the 1% discount. So customers are going to pay 34 cents. And then in the future, in F25 or starting F25, because the trade income rate rider is actually a bigger discount. So when we show rates before DAR and before the trade income rate rider, there's going to be a 2 to 3 cents difference between what customers are going to pay. So for this rate schedule specifically, we decided to display rates that are after DAR. So what we're seeking is still what we included in our application. However, for customer understanding purposes, in our tariff sheets, we apply DAR and specify that these rates are with DAR included.
Thank you, Ms. Chow. You anticipated my next question, which is page 21 of the witness aid. And also page 55 of the witness aid. Might be easier to look at them side by side here. sorry, that would be page 21 of the witness aid and page 55 of the witness aid. Are you on those pages? Okay. So I'll go over the application first, which is page 21 of the witness aid. So that's Appendix B1 of the application that was filed back in July 2023. And I'd like to focus on the rate rider row of the tariff page. So here it says the deferral account rate rider as set out in rate schedule 1901 applies to all time-based charges, energy-based charge, and extended stay charge, and so forth. So I want to focus on the language here, applies to all. And going to page 55 of the witness aid, same section under rate rider, the paragraph reads, the deferral account rate rider as set out in rate schedule 1901 has been applied to the time-based charges and energy-based charges payable under this rate schedule. Rate riders do not apply to the extended stay charge or any third-party fee collected under this rate schedule. Do you see those two paragraphs under the respective pages?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I'd like to clarify, the wording is different between BC Hydro's application and what was filed in the BCUC IR response. Could BC Hydro clarify which language you would like BCUC to approve for the interim rate?
It would be the updated tariff sheet that are attached to BC Hydro's response to BCUC 1.1.1.
Okay, thank you. And this is for an effective date of January 1, 2024?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to turn to page 19 of the witness aid now. And this is BC Hydro's response to panel information request number 1. Under question 1.3, and this will be the last paragraph in the response, BC Hydro talked about the interim rate alternatives, and it reads, another alternative would be for the Commission to approve on an interim basis a version of rate schedule 4100 that excludes the energy-based charge and the extended stay charge, since the BC Hydro is requesting that the Commission approve permanent energy-based rates, and BC Hydro does not plan to implement energy-based rates or the extended stay charge prior to Commission's approval or decision on permanent rates. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And we clarified, BC Hydro clarified the energy-based charges and extended charge, and I won't be asking that. What I'd like to understand though is, sorry, just give me 1 second here. I'd like to also refer to slide 4 of the BC Hydro presentation. And on the left-hand column where it says current interim rates, and it shows rate schedule 1360, 1560, and 1561. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And earlier you confirmed that the time-based rate is the same for 25 kW, 50 kilowatt stations and 100 kilowatt stations. Is my memory correct?
Yes.
Okay. So with the existing interim rate and the proposed interim rate being very similar, does BC Hydro see any drawbacks to keeping the existing rate schedules and only expand the interim rates to allow for level 2 charging and dual port 180 kilowatt charging?
Sorry, thanks for the extra time there. I think our position would be that we think it's cleaner to do it the way that we've proposed. But yes, if the current time-based interim rates for the existing power levels were expanded such that they could be applied to the 180 kilowatt dual port fast charging stations and the level 2 charging stations, then that would give us the ability to charge rates for the stations that we are either in the case of level 2 already have deployed, or in the case of the 180 kilowatt dual port plan to deploy prior to when we expect there to be commission approval of permanent rates, which is the thrust of what we're seeking to do, is just to be able to charge rates for those power levels where we do not currently have the ability to do so.
It's Mr. Jensen here from BC Hydro. Just to clarify and to add some to what Mr. Sanvey said, in the current rate schedule, there is no 90 kilowatt fast charging rate specified. So if we extend those schedules on an interim basis, we would need for the 90 kilowatt. We would also need for 75 kilowatt, as we are introducing as well, chargers that are battery supported that charge 150 kilowatt if one car is connected, but if two cars are connected, it is 75 kilowatt. And that's why originally we proposed, power level ranges to capture those situations in between.
Thank you. Okay. Now I'm going to focus on the effective date, and I'll revisit some of the DAR comments earlier. I'll refer you to page 5 and 6 of the witness aid. again, on page 5, table 2 shows the proposed fiscal 2024 rates. And on the next page, table 3, it shows the proposed fiscal 2025 rates for EV charging. And the fiscal 2025 rates includes the right-hand side column with minus 2.5% DAR and minus 2.35% TIRR. And TIRR stands for Trade Income Rate Rider. Do you see those?
Yes.
Okay. My understanding is that fiscal 2024 begins on April 1st, 2023 and ends on March 31st, 2024. And fiscal 2025 begins April 1st, 2024 and ends on March 31st, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So earlier, I think Ms. Cho, you had confirmed that BC Hydro would like to have interim rates approved effective January 1, 2024 with the minus 1% DAR. Is my understanding correct?
I want to clarify that the rates we're seeking are the same. The difference is how we present these rates on our tariff sheets. So in most of our other rate schedules, we show the charges before applying DAR, but in this rate schedule specifically, we include charges after applying DAR. However, in the rate rider column or row, we specify that it has been included. So what we're seeking is the same. I just want to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Maybe.
So, Ms. Cho, you said the rate schedule 4100 shows the after DAR rates. What about the current interim rates that have already been approved in rate schedules 1360, 1560, 1561? Are those rates shown in those rate schedules before or after DAR?
Those are before DAR.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Panel Chair. My next question, you might have alluded to it already, but I'll ask for clarification anyway. So my understanding is that BC Hydro's fiscal 2025 rates are currently under review. If this panel makes their decision for permanent rates on or after April 1st, 2024, should they approve the no DAR column or the column with the minus 2.5% DAR and minus 2.35% TIRR?
Like I just explained, the rates we're seeking the panel's approval is always the columns before applying DAR. We show the columns after applying DAR really just for customer understanding purposes, because that's easier for customers to know that's the actual rate they will be paying.
Okay. So based on that, should the panel simply approve the interim or permanent rates with no DAR or TIR adjustment and direct BC Hydro to make the applicable adjustments with respect to DAR and TIR accordingly with whatever the approval effective date is?
That's correct, and that's our expectation as well.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to move on to the topic of recoverability and refundability of the interim rates. I'd like to turn to page 18 of the witness aid. Okay. So page 18 of the witness aid is in reference to BC Hydro's response to panel IRs, and that would be panel IR 1.2. And I'm going to refer to the paragraph, the first paragraph that is not indented. So it starts with, BC Hydro agrees that it is possible to collect any under recovery or pay any over recovery to EV customers who take service at the permanent rate. In aggregate, any under or over collection of revenue would be reflected in the updated proposed rates because of the 10-year rate model assumes that existing and proposed interim time-based rates will be charged until the end of fiscal 2024. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. Can you elaborate how this will work? Does BC Hydro's scenario suggest that this panel will ask BC Hydro to submit a compliance filing or some sort of evidentiary update to adjust for the variance, if any, between, adjust for the variance between the two sets of interim rates?
So in the current 10-year rate model, the fiscal 2024 rates are set at time-based at the interim rates that are shown on slide 4 of our presentation there. So in the event that the final approved rates are different from these interim rates, we expect that in the evaluation report that we propose that will be filed within 12 months of the approval of the permanent rate, we're going to update our rate model to reflect those final rates, and therefore the variance in the revenue will be reflected in the rate model.
Thank you. And does this method also work for any variance between the interim rate and the permanent rate?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to turn to page 14 of the witness aid. And this is the draft order that BC Hydro included as part of the BCUC IR 1.1.1. In the draft order under Directive 1, BC Hydro is seeking approval for interim rates on a non-refundable and non-recoverable basis. And under Directive 3, BC Hydro is also proposing that rate schedules 1360, 1560, and 1561 to be rescinded on a final basis. My question is, if the panel decides on the new interim rates, If the panel decides to approve the new interim rates on a refundable and recoverable basis, does that mean the BCUC should not rescind rate schedules 1360, 1560, and 1561?
So I think we're not immediately necessarily seeing the connection between the two. When we've used the terms non-refundable and non-recoverable, our intent in using those terms was just to be clear that the way that we would propose to treat any variance between interim rates and permanent rates is to account for it within the class as a whole. So in other words, not to go to any individual customer and say, well, you consumed this under the interim and now the permanent is this, and so we need to collect that from you or refund that to you. So if the commission were to use the words refundable and recoverable and intend that to reflect that is happening within the class, we would be comfortable with that, and that would be our intent. And so, in that context, I don't know that we're necessarily seeing the connection between those words and whether the rate schedules would remain in place. But perhaps you could clarify.
Thank you. I'd like to go to page 17 of the witness aid. And page 17 talks about, page 17, it refers to BC Hydro's application and speaks to the EV fast charging regulatory account. And my understanding is that the BC Hydro EV fast charging regulatory account defers both costs and revenues related to BC Hydro's public EV charging service. Is my understanding correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Sanby, I think during the presentation or in one of your responses earlier, you talked about the carrying over a certain balance. My question is, if the panel decides on a new interim rate on a refundable and recoverable basis, does it make sense to use this regulatory account to record any variance between the interim and permanent rates? And what are the pros and cons?
So in the event that the commission were to approve interim rates that are different than the interim rates that are currently in place, the balance in the EV fast charging regulatory account would not reflect the revenue that would have been collected at whatever different rate the commission has approved. And so we would need to, and the commission could direct us to make an adjustment to the rate model to account for that difference and ensure that the permanent rates reflect the difference in revenue as a result of that change.
Okay. So if hypothetically speaking, if this variance is recorded in the BC Hydro EV fast charging regulatory account, does that mean that this panel or future revenue requirement panels can determine how the variance will be refunded or recovered in terms of through all ratepayers or through the public EV charging class of service?
I think the way we would look at this issue is that the refund or recovery of differences between interim and permanent rates with regards to public EV fasting charging service is an issue that needs to be decided within this proceeding, and that whether that is done through individual on an individual customer basis in some way or whether it's done through the class, that direction should be given to BC Hydro as part of this proceeding, and we would act upon that direction either by making sure that in a compliance filing, for example, we set the permanent rate in such a way that it accounts for differences and make sure that those are done in the class, or I note that I think we've laid out in our responses some of the practical concerns we have with this approach, but if the commission were to go with the approach of, for example, refunding or recovering from BC Hydro EV network customers only, we would, I think, do that as a result of this proceeding. With regards to the EV regulatory account balance itself, the way I would look at that is, I think the effect of that account simply is just to take the impact of public EV charging service to date and ring fence it so that other ratepayers are not seeing an impact from BC Hydro providing that service. And the disposition of that account is, in our view, a matter that should be dealt with in a revenue requirements application proceeding, in part because BC Hydro's rates have been set now till fiscal 2025. And so the rates up to fiscal 2025 already assume that balance is there and not being incorporated into BC Hydro's revenue requirement. And so with BC Hydro's next revenue requirements application beginning fiscal 2026 is when we would see that matter being decided.
Sorry, Mr. Sandeep, I just want to clarify, will there be further additions to this EV fast charging regulatory account going forward under your proposal?
There will be for fiscal 2024, the current fiscal year that we're in, and for fiscal 2025. With regards to future fiscal years, we would see that being a matter that to be decided in a revenue requirements application. Maybe I'll just say briefly, I think at a high-level concept level, there's a couple of options. One is that that if the permanent rate is now in place, I think the Commission has said in previous decisions that they believe the regulatory account should remain in place at least until a permanent rate has been set. So one option is to say, okay, now that a permanent rate has been set, let's dispose of this balance. Let's amortize it into the revenue requirement, perhaps over the next test period, just to clear the account out and close it. Another option would be to say, actually, we want this account to continue for the duration of the 10-year levelized period and take the puts and takes associated with the costs and revenues. The challenge with that approach, in our view, and we detail this in one of our responses to a BCUC information request, is that there is a bit of a difference between the costs as captured by that regulatory account and the costs that we have used to set the proposed rates, primarily because, consistent with the Commission's previous decision, we are not using our embedded electricity cost as the cost. We're using general service rates as the electricity cost. And from an accounting perspective, we can't charge ourselves general service rates, and therefore we can't defer the electricity cost as represented by general service rates into the regulatory account. And so there is a bit of a mismatch there, unfortunately, that we can't reconcile from an accounting perspective, but conceptually, both of those options exist.
Thank you.
Okay. Following up on that response, so in BC Hydro's view, if there are any variance between the interim and permanent rates, who should be refunded or pay for the difference? Would it be all ratepayers or the EV class of service customers?
It would be the latter, the public EV EV service class.
Okay, thank you. And so if the panel decides that any variance between the interim and permanent rates to be applied to only the public EV charging class of service customers, is it appropriate to create a new deferral account to record such variance, or can that be done, or should it be done in the existing EV fast charging regulatory account?
So our view would be actually neither, and I'll explain what we mean by that. Again, given the difference in how the costs are accounted for between the regulatory account and how the rates are set, in our view, the regulatory account has served its primary purpose in terms of ring fencing general ratepayers from the costs while the Commission considers a permanent rate. but it's an imperfect tool going forward. And so our view would be to use the rate model. So to have the commission direct BC Hydro, BC Hydro, please update your model according to these decisions, these parameters. Please file that in a compliance filing and show us how you've accounted for that, and show us how the permanent rates account for that difference. So in other words, the difference would be either recovered to or refunded to the class through whatever the permanent rate was set at, and we could demonstrate in the compliance filing by filing an updated model how those puts and takes have gone into that permanent rate.
Thank you. And this is going to be my last question in this section. Since BC Hydro is seeking approval for level 2 charging rates, so not fast charging, should the BCUC in this proceeding direct BC Hydro to rename the EV fast charging regulatory account to something like EV public charging regulatory account or something else?
Yes, in our view, that would be that would make sense, and we would be comfortable with that being a result of this proceeding if the commission saw fit.
Okay, thank you. This will conclude my questions for my section, and I would like to pass it on to Mr. Bajaj, but I'd like to check with panel chair to see if we should have a break.
Yes, I think probably the witnesses would appreciate a break. So why don't we break now for 15 minutes and we'll come back at 5 after 10, 10:05. All right? Thank you.
Hello. This is Dhruv Bajaj representing the BCUC. Last name spelled B-A-J-A-J. My first set of questions is based on the topic of charging station transition from time-based to energy-based rates. If you could please turn to page 22 of the witness aid. On this page in BCUC IR 32.1, the BCUC asked BC Hydro to confirm in a scenario wherein a decision by the BCUC on permanent rates is rendered after BC Hydro has received dispensation from Measurement Canada and all updates to its public charging network technology platform are completed, whether BC Hydro would implement energy-based rates without first implementing time-based rates. BC Hydro confirmed this in their response to the IR. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, from response to BCUC IR 31.1, which is shown on page 23 of the witness aid, I also gather that BC Hydro received temporary dispensation from Measurement Canada for all of its current level 2 and fast charging stations on October 13th, 2023. Is my understanding correct?
Yes.
Now, on page 24 of the witness aid, per response to BCUC IR 36.2, BC Hydro seeks a transition period of 60 days from BCUC approval of permanent energy-based rates. So my question here is that can you clarify why you confirmed that BC Hydro would be able to implement energy-based rates directly, while at the same time you asked for a transition period of 60 days? Does this mean that BC Hydro is planning to charge time-based rates for part or even whole of the 60 days transition period? Thank you.
So I think there's a couple things that feed into this. So the first point I would make is that it requires some assumptions around the timing of when a commission decision may come out. But I'll just walk through the timeline as we see it on our side. So today, December 11th, January 24th is now the date that we expect to do the platform upgrades. I believe there are some information request responses that refer to December or early 2024. So to update all of that evidence, the date now is January 24th. I think, in our view, likely a safe assumption, excuse me, that there would not be a commission decision issued prior to January 24th. And so in our view, then the 60 days is not trying to accommodate any kind of time period for the network upgrade. Rather, why we asked for the 60 days, and I clarified a bit in the opening presentation what we meant by 60 days in a bit more detail, is really for a customer communication benefit. So what we would like to try to avoid is a situation where customers are seeing a change in the rate that they're paying without first having a period of time where BC Hydro could communicate about that change to make sure that customers are aware that it's coming. And that's really the purpose behind the 60 days.
In response to BCUC IR 36.2, BC Hydro indicated that they expect initial go-live of the new technology platform that supports energy-based charges and an extended stay charge to occur in December 2023, and that this transition can be completed through a batch process in 1 day. Do you recall this?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, if I were to turn to panel IRs per response to panel IR 1.1, which you can find on page 25 of the witness aid, you have indicated that the technology platform that supports energy-based charges is expected to go live in December 2023, and now you have provided an update that this would be January 24th, 2024. You indicate that this batch process would require only 1 day, and now you have clarified that the 60 days is purely for customer communication benefit. Is that confirmed?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, turning to the 180 kilowatt dual port charging stations that BC Hydro said they were going to install, can you confirm whether these are part of the new technology platform upgrade that supports energy-based charges or will support energy-based charges in the future?
The new technology, it's Mr. Jensen here, the new technology platform update will be able for us to use the dual ports on the 180 kilowatt chargers.
Thanks for clarifying. Now, based on the previous question that I had on the technology platform upgrades, could you describe what activities have been conducted so far as part of these technology platform upgrades to support energy-based charges?
Yeah, so we have been in contract negotiations with regards to the new network platform system. We've been testing this new platform.
What would be after, what activities would BC Hydro perform after the fact to troubleshoot customer issues?
Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, we cut over to energy-based rates would be our regular process. So typically we develop a plan, a detailed plan of the cutover. We identify what are potential risks. Basically, we will have tested the cutover to energy-based rates. We'll do that in the lab environment with PowerTech as well, just making sure that that all works. And we'll have a team stand by addressing any customer issues like we do today for any other issues.
Thank you for clarifying. Now, if you could please turn to page 26 of the witness aid. Now, going to BC Hydro's response to BCUC IR 1.1.1, in this response, BC Hydro requests interim approval of time-based rates for rate schedule 4100 because new level 2 and dual port 180 kilowatt charging stations were expected to be put in service in December 2023. Do you see this?
Sorry, could you repeat the page number again? I may have gotten it wrong.
Page 26.
Page 26. Yes, sorry, I have it now.
Thank you. Since now we are in mid-December, could you provide the most current information on the 180 kilowatt stations deployment?
Yeah, at this point, we have constructed the stations at Manning Park and Tumbler Ridge. Those are 180 kilowatt. They have not been energized at this point. Given that we're waiting for the network management system to transition as well, we would not anticipate those stations to be energized until January 24 or shortly after that date.
Thank you. Now, if we were to turn to page 27 of the witness aid, this has BC Hydro's response to BCUC IR 36.5.1. From this response, I understand that any new level 2 charging stations installed after January 1, 2024 are not eligible for dispensation and must be approved by Measurement Canada. Is my understanding correct here?
One moment, please. Yeah, that particular date has been updated by Measurement Canada to January 1st, 2025 now.
So just to clarify, Measurement Canada have pushed the cutoff date by exactly 1 year?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Now, you have seen before panel IR 1.1, which is on page 25 of the witness aid. BC Hydro's response here said that no new level 2 charging stations are planned for December 2023. Is my understanding correct?
That's correct.
Now, can you clarify why in the BCUC IR 36.5.1 response, you said that there will be new level 2 chargers, but in response to the panel IRs on page 25 of the witness aid, you're saying that there are no new level 2 chargers. Has there been any change in plans of deployment for these chargers?
Could I just clarify the information request response you're referring to? Is that the response to BCUCIR 1.36.5?
That's correct. Okay. 36.5.1.
Do you know, is that in the witness aid here, or should we pull that up, see if we have it here separately?
Yeah, just to clarify, that's page 27 of the witness aid.
That's 1.36.5.1. And if that's the response, could...
Well, no. The comparison here is supposed to be made between the panel IRs, panel IR 1.1 and BCUC IR 1.1.1 on page 26 of the witness aid.
Oh.
So this is Xiaoqing Zhou here. To clarify, the panel IR specifically asked whether or not BC Hydro plans to install more level 2 in December, and the answer is no. However, the request for interim rate for level 2 is before we implement permanent rate, which the permanent rate could come much after December. So there still will be a few months in between where we're going to install new level 2 stations.
So what your response is telling us now here is that there will be some new level 2 charging stations, none for December 2023. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So there will be some new level 2 charging stations after January 1, 2024?
That's correct.
So if I can follow up then on that question, according to your response on witness aid, page 27, the level 2 charging stations installed after January 1, 2024 are not eligible for dispensations and must instead be approved by Measurement Canada. So does that mean that any level 2 stations that you're going to install after January 1, 2024, you will only be able to charge on a time-based basis until Measurement Canada approves those devices for use on an energy-based charge basis?
Yeah, so the date moved to January 1st, 2025, but in that case, yeah, we will be on an ongoing basis put stations forward that we need dispensation for. So this will be an ongoing process. So if we plan to install new stations that we're charging energy-based, we will ask dispensation for those.
So now the date's been moved up to January 1, 2025. You still would qualify for dispensation for level 2?
Yep, for level 2, we would submit our application for those stations that we're planning to bring into service.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, so there will be a new application to Measurement Canada for level 2 dispensation for after January 1, 2024?
Yes, this will be on an ongoing basis to make sure that we get dispensations for the specific stations. So those applications are very station-specific with addresses, etc. Yeah.
How many more are you planning to build between now and January 1, 2025 of level 2s?
Could you repeat that question, please?
How many more stations, level 2 stations, are you planning to build or deploy between January 1, 2024 and January 1, 2025?
Yeah, I'm just referring to the application chapter 4, page 4-7. And so in the deployment plan, we have planned for the remainder of this year, 40 level 2, and then for fiscal 2025, 380. So, yeah, probably a few hundred, I would say, before January 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Panel Chair. My next set of questions is based on the topic of EV charging technology evolution. If you could please turn to page 28 of the witness aid. Now, this references page 413 of the application, which for reference was submitted by BC Hydro in July 2023. And on this topic, BC Hydro mentioned that they have started discussions with their fast charging station vendors to explore this option, and by option I mean adoption of NACS connectors, on new equipment orders and to explore options for retrofitting existing fast charging stations. Do you recall this?
That's correct. I recall this.
Now, on slide 7 of the SRP presentation, that is Exhibit B9, you have provided an analysis of NACS connector costs on this slide. And here, you essentially mention that per information received from your hardware vendors, charging stations with new NACS connectors would be available sometime in late summer 2024. However, no specific cost information has been provided yet. Secondly, BC Hydro expects to only retrofit 180 kilowatt fast charging stations because 50 kilowatt and 100 kilowatt stations may not be capable of retrofitting. And existing 50 and 100 kilowatt stations will continue to use CHAdeMO connectors till they reach their end of life and are eventually replaced with new stations with NACS connectors. Now, we have heard this from you before, but we just want to clarify, by when does BC Hydro expect to receive specific cost information from its hardware vendors for new charging stations with the new NACS connectors?
At this point, it will be very difficult for me to answer. We have asked for that information. Some of the vendors are still developing the cables with the connectors. Others are in the stages of testing. I would anticipate in the coming months, but I don't have any specific date.
So just to circle back to the technology platform upgrades that were being discussed earlier, on energy-based charges, you mentioned that you are doing testing. However, NACS connectors are not part of this testing as of now.
That's correct.
Thank you for clarifying. In this case, in the absence of specific cost information, could you explain in some detail how BC Hydro has prepared this NACS connector cost analysis for the reference case low and high scenarios?
As regards to the reference case, as we mentioned in BCUC IR 121.1, we have assumed that the cost of a Nexus connector would be the same as the cost of a CCS connector in the absence of any additional information. In the reference case, you also see that we do expect the connectors to be available by the end of November 2024. And then what we assumed is, based on the market, how we see the market developing, we came up with the blended annual average of 65%. And so what we did is in earlier years, we assumed that about 50% of our chargers would have a Nexus connector, and we see that going up as more manufacturers are using the Nexus connector, so going up to 97% for the last several years. For the low-end case, for the new ports, we made a very conservative estimate that those charges might be over those 10-year period, $5,000 more. Like I mentioned before, we don't have any information on that, but that could potentially happen. And then for the high-end case, we assumed there were no increase, similar like the reference case, basically. For the reference case, for the retrofits, based on the current information that we have from our vendors, is we have assumed that the 50 kilowatt and 100 kilowatt, we're not going to be able to put a Nexus cable on, basically at this point. And so we would be waiting till the end of life to replace those chargers, and they would be likely replaced with another kind of charger at that point. The retrofit cost is $7,500. That's the estimate of replacing a cable and then a connector, basically, for more heavy-duty cables. There may be cables that might be cheaper because they may not be, 400 volts, basically. They might be 200 volts. These would be a little bit cheaper, basically. Between in the last couple of months, we have received, a few 180 kilowatt chargers already. They don't have a Nexus Connect, obviously, and we will continue receiving 180 chargers. Without Nexus Connector, we expect that half of those we would need to replace, once a Nexus Connector becomes available in order to meet market demand, basically. And so that's why you see the 50% there. And then for the retrofit, for the low sensitivity case, again, we estimated, a higher cost just in case the cable and the connector are higher. And I think that explains most of the figures here. In the low-end sensitivity case, we also took the assumption that if the 100 kilowatt charger did come out with an Nexus connector, that we would replace those. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that's very helpful. Just to clarify, at the heart of all this is the inherent assumption that in case of the capital cost, the NACS connectors are the same cost as the CCS one that you have currently.
That's correct. For the reference case, that's the assumption.
And the low end and high end is essentially just built on the reference case.
That's correct, with different cost information where we thought it was appropriate.
Thank you. Moving on from this, you touched on this, but we would just want a little more clarity. You've mentioned that 50 and 100 kilowatt stations may not be capable of retrofitting. Could you provide some more specific reasons as to why this is not possible?
We haven't received a positive confirmation from our vendors on that at this point. And so that's the assumptions we have taken.
But for retrofitting, you were able to build in at least the 100 kilowatt low-end sensitivity case?
That's based on the assumption that if the vendor for the 100 kilowatt is retrofitting or coming up with an Nexus cable, just to be conservative. But we don't have that confirmed at this point.
Thank you. My next question here is, if BC Hydro has to replace the entire fast charger, would there be some plans to install 50 and 100 kilowatt stations at the end of life? Or will the site facilities themselves allow for higher powered fast chargers?
That will be situation dependent, obviously on whether or not there's power, but also on the purpose of that charger. Because in some cases, a 50 or 100 kilowatt charger is good for the purpose at a particular location. So it may be replaced with a 50 or 100 kilowatt charger, but if we will replace them in the future, we would be looking for a product that will be able to have a Nexus connector in that case, so we find that market balance.
So just to clarify, if there are plans to install higher powered fast chargers beyond 100 kilowatts, there would be different plans to source NACS connectors, right?
Yes, if they are higher power levels, in either case, we would look for chargers that can handle or come with a Nexus charger.
Thank you so much. Okay. This next question is based on retrofitting as well. In the case of the 180 kilowatt charging stations, does BC Hydro expect to apply a phased approach to retrofitting?
Once we get the Nexus cables in order to replace those, we will try to retrofit them relatively as fast as possible. Yeah. So we're not planning to spread it out over multiple years.
So your expectation is that this will be a quick process rather than a phased one?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe to clarify that, it depends on how many charging cables we get in at a time. So if we get all of them in, we would start replacing them all at the same time. Yeah.
Now, coming on to the mention of Shadamo connectors for the existing 50 and 100 kilowatt charging stations, you say that these kind of connectors will continue to be used for these stations until they reach their end of life. Is that understanding correct?
That's correct.
Now my question here is that, does BC Hydro expect lower utilization rates for these charging stations as a result of not adopting NACS connectors, given that most manufacturers will be adopting the NACS connector in the near future?
No, at this point, I wouldn't expect significant lower utilization, given that there's already significant market demand. The manufacturers made a statement that starting in 2025, they would start switching over to the Nexus connector. So, for the foreseeable future, over the next year, those car manufacturers still come out with CCS and CHAdeMO connectors. So, we don't see, an impact on utilization in the short term.
So just to clarify, this is only for the short term, that is 2024 and 2025. You expect that there will be no case of lower utilization rates because, yeah.
Yeah, and also, for the longer term, there's still a lot of cars out there that are going to have CCS and CHAdeMO connectors. So I don't see that really impacting our utilization rates.
Okay, thanks for the information. That concludes my set of questions. I would pass it on to Ms. Tran unless the panel has any.
Does the panel have any questions? No? All right. Thank you. All right. Ms. Tran, over to you, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? All right. Okay. So my next set of questions relate to the proposed energy-based rates and some of the assumptions and steps used to derive those rates. But first, I'd like to confirm that I understand the portfolio-based approach. So if you could please turn to page 31 of the witness aid. The last paragraph on that page, which starts with the portfolio-based approach. So it's providing pricing flexibility with regard to the time-based rate for each power level, and specifically, rather than setting a cost-based rate within each power level range, the proposed rates over-recover for some power level ranges and under-recover for other power level ranges. But overall, you're expecting to recover the total costs. So could you please confirm that this portfolio-based approach provides the same pricing flexibility with regard to energy-based rates as it does to time-based rates?
This is Chris Samvi. Yes.
Okay, so in practice, it means that rather than setting a cost-based rate within each power level range, the proposed rates over-recover from some power level ranges and under-recover for others, but overall, you recover your total cost, correct?
That's correct.
So if you could turn to page 32 of the witness aid. BC Hydro has stated that in the first paragraph, the energy-based rates for fast charging do not need to be set by power level range because the customer is charged for the actual energy that is dispensed. And in the footnote 8, it says, accordingly, the energy-based rates for all power level ranges are the same, with one exception being level 2. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then on page 33 of the witness aid, there is a table that shows the illustrative 2023 public EV charging service rates that you had presented at the May 26th workshop. And in that table, the energy-based rates were illustratively set by power level range, with the energy-based rates for the two highest power level range set at a much higher level, presumably because it was to reflect the much higher reference cost at those levels. Can you see this?
Yes.
So do I understand correctly that the main reason why BC Hydro is proposing a fixed energy-based rate for all fast charging power level is that the customer is charged for the actual energy consumed?
That's correct.
Okay, so at the time of the workshop, then, that would also have been true, meaning that under energy-based rates, customers are billed for the actual energy consumed. Yet BC Hydro was contemplating energy-based rate that were increasing with the power level ranges, and I'd like to understand why it was so.
So I would like to clarify that at the time of the workshop, these are the reference prices that we modeled and we're exploring whether or not we charge. But after the workshop, we continue to refine our model. And one specific assumption that we updated in our model, which updated the 100 to 200 kilowatt average cost, is the charging speed for that level of charging stations. What we found is we model the average kilowatt hour per minute for our charging stations based on our actual customer charging behavior, as well as some data that were provided to us by Hydro-Quebec. Because BC Hydro currently only have 25, 50, and 100 kilowatt stations, we don't really have charging behaviors for higher power level stations. So after we accounted for these actual charging session records, what we found is the current electric vehicles in the market today, on average, take power at 80 kilowatt. So regardless of how fast the charging station power levels are, they can only take 80 kilowatt, which we think in the future we're expecting electric vehicle technology to advance as well. So to use that lower charging speed on the higher power level stations, that would result in a much higher average cost. So what we did in our assumptions is for higher power level, greater than 100 kilowatt stations, we went to a P3 electric vehicle index report, which showed that the current premium electric vehicles can take power at 140 kilowatt. So we updated that charging speed for the higher power level stations. Therefore, we now can see that the 100 to 200 kilowatt stations now are having similar average cost as all the other power levels. But as I explained, because that assumption is at 140 kilowatt, so for greater than 200 kilowatt, we are still seeing a higher average per kilowatt hour cost. Right now, BC Hydro doesn't have these greater than 200 kilowatt stations, and we don't plan to install them until a few years later. So hopefully at that time, we'll have better data to help us model the more accurate average cost.
And it's Chris Stanby here. Sorry, if I could just quickly add on, I was looking for a reference that might help. And BC Hydro's response to BC OAPO IR 1.20.7 has a table that shows the cost of service per kilowatt hour based on the updated assumptions and information that Ms. Cho just spoke to, and then compares that to the energy-based charge. And I would just note that what it shows is that for the fast charging stations up to the greater than 200 kilowatt hour or below the greater than 200 kilowatt hour exception that Ms. Cho just noted, the cost of service range per kilowatt hour is between 28 cents and 37 cents, and then the proposed energy-based charge is approximately 34 cents, so approximately in the middle of that range.
So sorry, Ms. Tran, I'm going to interrupt here and ask for clarification. Given, Ms. Joe, what you've just said about you don't plan to deploy any stations with power levels greater than 200 kW until a couple of years from now, would it be satisfactory to BC Hydro if the panel or the BCUC were to conclude that there's no need at this time to approve an energy-based rate or even a time-based rate for fast charging port of power level greater than 200 kW then? Which is currently in your rate schedule proposed for 4,100.
Mr. Jensen here. Just to clarify, we may actually install 350 kilowatt chargers later next calendar year. We are looking at those options at this point in time. And with that in mind, it would be good to have a rate that we can apply to those stations.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thanks.
Thank you, panel chair. So with your proposal to have all the energy base rate for the fast charging stations set at the same level, do you think that, do you think customers are willing to pay a higher energy base rate if it means that they spend less time at the charging station? Have you done any consultation on this topic?
In the survey results that we did provide, there was an indication that some customers would be willing to pay some extra money if it was for a faster charger.
Thank you. And if you were still charging the same fixed rate across all fast charging, do you foresee an increased risk of congestion perhaps at the fastest, most powerful charging station, as maybe customers would prefer going to the faster chargers than a slower one to save time?
Just one moment, we're trying to find information request reference if we can.
I believe that we answered that question in BC Sustainable Energy Association and Vancouver Electrical Vehicle Association IR response 120.4, where we said it's not necessarily true. People will be, if there is no convenient alternative power level, charging ports available to the customer, differentiation of time-based rates by power level would unlikely to make a difference. And so people would be looking for, what's available. And so we don't believe it would, necessarily cause extra congestion at those stations.
But given the choice, if there were fast charging stations in the vicinity, would you think that customers might be drawn to the fastest charging station, given a choice?
It will depend on their vehicle, obviously, because you might have a fast charging station, but if your vehicle cannot take the faster power, it will not make a difference for what they're able to get out of it. Yeah.
Thank you. If you turn to page 36 of the witness aid, BC Hydro provided revised Table 5, where the energy-based unit cost is presented along the energy-based rates. And on page 37, so the next page of the witness aid, the first paragraph says, this revised Table 5 demonstrates that the higher power level fast charging ports generally exhibit greater cost effectiveness when compared to lower power ports. So before we delve into my next sets of questions, I would just want to ensure I understand the terminology properly. So in revised Table 1, the left column displays the power level, and the response that we've just read talks about higher power ports versus lower power ports. So if we take your new dual port 180 kilowatt charging station, which would deliver up to 90 kilowatt of charging power if two EV connect at the same time, but would deliver up to 180 kilowatt if only one EV connects. Could you please clarify if that charging station is classified in the greater than 100 and less than 200 kilowatt per its rated capacity, or if it's classified in the greater than 50 and less than 100 kilowatt to reflect the limit on each of the charging ports?
Yeah, the majority of those stations will be classified in the 50 to 100 kilowatt. We've assumed that a lot of users, would be using them when two cars use them. But for some of them in the model, we have assumed that only one car would be connected. So it's a mix.
So what percentage did you use of what split?
This is Chris Stanvey. That would be information that we could pull from the model, but I don't know that any of us could do that quickly now. If it works, what we could do perhaps is on the next break, pull that number and bring it back at the beginning of the next session.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Thank you. Okay, so on page 37, the response that we read, which talked about greater cost effectiveness of higher power level ports. By greater cost effectiveness, are you referring to the fact that the unit cost decreases from 37 or so cents per kilowatt hour to 33 and then to 28 cents per kilowatt hour as the power level increases from less than 25 kilowatt to the next range and then to the following next range? Is that what you mean?
This is Xiaoqing Chou here. I want to first clarify that the average cost per kilowatt hour in the updated table 5-1 includes many different cost elements that are allocated differently. For example, the lower cost for the 50 to 100 kilowatt stations, partially that reflects a lot of the dual port stations that we plan to install. So it's not just the charging speed, it also how many ports per station and how many stations per site that we plan to install all factor into different cost allocation here. But in terms of the higher cost efficiency, that also plays into the factor of BC Hydro assumes a certain utilization rate and how that ramps up during the 10-year period. So utilization rate in the model is calculated as a percentage of the total time during a day. So if the higher power level stations within the same duration, the dispensed energy would be higher than the lower power level stations. Therefore, it would have a higher efficiency.
Thank you. So as you're saying, the energy-based cost shown in the table factor in all various elements. So maybe some factors could lead to the cost being higher, for example, higher capital investment requirements, or maybe higher demand charge, but you're saying that there are offsetting factors that would offset those. And in total, it would be greater cost efficient at these higher port level.
That's correct.
Okay. But then you're saying the only exception to this trend is the greater than 200 kilowatt fast charging category. So for that One, looking at the revised table 5-1, we see that the unit cost jumps to 99.67 cents per kilowatt hour. Could you just please clarify why there is such a big difference between the other ones, which are around 30, 35, and this one?
There are two main factors, and the first one is the capital costs for those higher power level stations are expected to be higher, and that was included in the model. And the second one is, as I just explained earlier, we don't really have the charging behaviors of the cars or electric vehicles that can take higher powers at this level yet. So in the model, we're assuming these cars are only taking power at 140 kilowatt. Even if we give them greater than 200 kilowatt stations or 350 kilowatt stations, they can still take power under 140. And that factors into the amount of energy they can draw during the same utilization time. So that factors into the higher average cost here.
Okay, thank you. So then, given this significant unit cost difference, I'd like to understand why BC Hydro is then not proposing to charge a higher energy-based rate for the greater than 200 kilowatt category. Excuse me.
This is Chris Sanvey. The primary reason is really based on the fact that, as Ms. Cho's mentioned, the data that we have that underpins that 99.67 cents is really based on assumptions that that are not anchored in actual usage. We're really making a lot of projections based on data that we've been able to get from external sources, but as we don't have these stations today, it's not grounded in any actual usage data on BC Hydro's side. And so our proposal would be to approve the same energy-based charge for that power level now. As Mr. Jensen mentioned, we expect later on next calendar year we may deploy some of these stations. To have BC Hydro in our first evaluation report, which would be filed within 12 months from the Commission's decision, so probably within a few months of those stations being deployed, we could say, hey, this is what we're seeing in terms of how those stations to date are looking in terms of costs and revenues, and perhaps make a proposal at that time to update those rates if appropriate. But our position at this time would be we just don't feel like we've got a very robust data set upon which to set a different rate.
Maybe to add on to what Mr. Sanfey is saying, in BCUC Sustainable Energy Association and Vancouver Electrical Vehicle Association, IR 1.16.2, we lay out the reasons why we proposed a similar rate across all models. One of the factors there was mentioned is because sometimes a customer may not have a choice, and then they end up charging at a higher power station, although their vehicle cannot take it, and then they end up paying a higher price. So we felt that was unfair, and it's further elaborated on in that IR.
Can you just remind me the IR number for the BCSE?
It's number 1.16.2.
Thank you.
BCUC Sustainability Energy Association and Viva.
Okay, so thank you for your response. I understand that in the absence of better actual data, this is your proposal. But let's turn to page 34 of the witness aid. And I think, Ms. Cho, you alluded to how you had initially proposed at the May 26 workshop to have increasing energy-based rate as the power level increased. Towards the end of the second paragraph, you're saying, however, that the per kilowatt hour cost of service for these high power ports exceeded that of the low power ports. Consequently, we initially proposed higher pricing for the higher power ports in the May 26 workshop. I'm just wondering if what BC Hydro is describing in this response, if that would also be applicable to the greater than 200 kilowatt category in the revised table 5-1 we were looking at earlier.
Yes, it would. And the average cost per kilowatt hour for those greater than 200 kilowatt stations were also updated in our final proposal compared to what we presented in May 2023.
So, yeah, I understand these were updated. So, but the rationale that you've presented in May was that the per kilowatt hour cost increased, so therefore it justified a higher energy-based rates. So that justification, based on the best of your assumptions, is still applicable, correct?
This is Chris Sanvey. I think that's correct. I think the way I would explain it is when we're developing rate design proposals and we're going through workshops, I would say, as probably has been well recognized in lots of rate design proceedings, rate design is an art, it's not a science, and there's always lots of reasons why to take one approach or another approach. And so initially when we were going through the workshop, we took the approach of differentiating with regards to the rate charged at the higher power levels given the higher cost. As Ms. Chow mentioned, subsequent to the workshop, we updated the costs. That resulted in one of the power levels becoming more closely aligned cost-wise. We also continued to think about our proposal and what made sense, and for the reasons that Mr. Jensen mentioned in terms of customers not being able to necessarily take a higher power level charge, as well as just general customer understanding and the uncertainty around the information associated with that latest power level, with the highest power level, we decided that we felt it made sense at this juncture to keep it all the same, with the caveat that through an evaluation report, we may revisit that issue in the future.
Thank you, I understand. But hypothetically, if you were to charge a higher energy-based rate for this greater than 200 kilowatt fast charging category, would that enable BC Hydro to lower its rates for the lower fast charging power levels within this portfolio-based approach?
Yes.
And in your opinion, what would be the pros and cons of this alternative? This alternative being charging a higher rate for the greater than 200 kilowatt and a lower rate for the lower power levels in the fast charging stations, compared to having the same fixed rate for all fast charging power levels.
So we can think of at least one pro and a couple of cons. The pro, of course, would be that rates for the other power level stations would be lower, which presumably customers would appreciate and perhaps respond to. Although with that being said, given where the proposed energy-based rate falls relative to other service providers, that's not necessarily something that we see as being necessary. We feel the rate at its current level is competitive, but it would be even more competitive if lower. On the con side, as we've discussed previously, we would say that two cons. One, that we'd be charging a higher rate and potentially some customers would not be able to take the faster charging despite that higher rate. And two, that we'd be setting that higher rate on the basis of data that is not as robust as the data that underpins the other power level rates.
Thank you. Just hold on. Thank you. If we could, or maybe we're still on page 37 of the witness aid. You were saying the first bullet, both the proposed time-based and energy-based rates are designed to recover the cost of service on a portfolio basis over the 10-year levelized period. And then just below the table, there's another paragraph that says that BC Hydro has determined the energy-based and time-based rates independently. So I'd like to better understand how you landed on the rate of 28.28 cents per kilowatt hour for the level 2 and 34.34 cents per kilowatt hour for all other fast charging levels. I mean, could it have been any other combination of rates so long as the constraint of recovering the cost of service over 10 years was met? So how did you pick those two numbers?
There could be many other combinations that come to the roughly 100% revenue to cost ratio. We set the rate by, first of all, in the 10-year model, we programmed the fiscal 2024 rate to be the time-based rates that we show. And that's because we know, like, it's unlikely that we'll have energy-based rate in 2024. And then for the rest of the 10 years, then we calculate the model based on the energy-based charges. And that's the updated numbers that we show in all the updates. The reason that we set level 2 to be at roughly 28 cents that customers see, one of the considerations is not the whole consideration. One of the considerations is it's roughly 2 times the step 2 residential inclining block rate charge. And most importantly, it aligns with what most of the level 2 service providers that are providing the service in the market. We believe right now most of the level 2 charging stations are charged by time. And then based on our proposal for an average charging session, the average cost per charge aligns with the market quite nicely. And then for the for all levels of the fast charging stations, like we explained earlier, we try to align them to be the same across the board. Therefore, we tweak the numbers to get to 100%, and that we landed on 34.
Okay, so let me just recap so that I'm sure to understand properly. But the first thing is, you said for 2024, since you already charged time-based rate, that was the start. But I think on page 37 of the witness aid, in the paragraph underneath the table, it says therefore the energy-based rate and time-based rates are not precisely interchangeable by the charging speed. So there's like no conversion or no correspondence between time-based rates and energy-based rates, correct?
Correct. So let me clarify this. In our rate model, there's actually one of the input field that you can change the entire model to calculate revenue and cost based on time, and change the entire model to calculate everything based on energy. But knowing that the proceeding is taking place, and then we know that we won't have an energy-based rate in F24. So under the energy-based option, we configure F24 to be at the current interim rates that are in place, and also the 2 levels that we're seeking. And that's just to reflect this is the revenue that we're expecting to see in F24. But starting F25, all the calculations are based on energy-based.
And just so that I'm clear, F25 would start next April?
1st, 2024.
Okay. Okay, so then the next steps for the energy-based rates, then you were trying to have a level 2 energy-based rates that's roughly 2 times the level of the step 2 residential rate, because it aligns with other service providers. But those service providers mostly charge per minute.
Correct. So we calculate that based on a per session average.
Okay. And then once you have your 28 cents per kilowatt hour, then automatically you land on 34.34 cents per kilowatt hour for all the others, just to make sure the model lands on an RC ratio of 100% roughly?
I wouldn't characterize it that way, because the level 2 revenue is a relatively small part of the overall revenue to cost model. We could still set the energy base rates to a different number. For example, that would just result in a different RC ratio. Based on our reference case, prior to what we presented today, prior to incorporating marketing fund and the new connector cost, we reach a revenue to cost ratio at 100.79. So in theory, we could still lower the rate slightly to have a lower RC ratio, for example. But now that after accounting for the new marketing budget and the new connector cost, that lower the little bit buffer that we have in the RC ratio to 99.55.
I'm sorry. I think I just have one more question in my energy base rate topic. If you could turn back to page 35 of the witness aid. In the first paragraph, there's a mention that to account for ancillary station electricity usage, you've added an additional energy and peak demand of 12% for all charging stations. And then you've referred to BC Hydro's response to BCUC IR 126.1. And on page 39 of the witness aid, I believe I have that response. So response to BCUC IR 1.26.1. And it says here that BC Hydro added 12% energy consumption to all stations to account for ancillary electricity usage. So my question is it possible that BC Hydro has only added 12% to the energy demand only and not the peak demand?
We added both. So we added both 12% in energy and 12% in demand cost.
Thank you. Okay, so that will conclude the questions I had on the energy-based rate. And let me just gather my next set of questions. Okay, so my next set of questions is with regard to the marketing budget proposal. So I will actually turn to pages 5 and 6 of your presentation at Exhibit B-9. So let's first turn to page 5 of that exhibit. So under the first bullet, you're noting that a 2% increase in the marketing budget would decrease the RC ratio from 100.8% to 99.6%, assuming worst case scenario of no net benefit. So I just want to clarify that I understand what you mean by no net benefit. And is it what you mean that you've spent all that money to explore and potentially introduce all these new rate design features, but they don't actually result in increased utilization and increased revenues, and so therefore you would just need to absorb these costs or increase the rates?
This is Chris Amvey. That's correct. The way I would think of the 2% is, so 2% is a percentage of the overall revenue that we expect to collect, and 2% of the overall revenue we expect to collect in the reference case is $6.5 million. And so the way I would think about that $6.5 million is, in the event that BC Hydro subsequently came forward to the Commission with several temporary proposals for different flexible pricing that we could undertake, and the result of those proposals, not that this would be the intention, but just hypothetically, the result of those proposals were that all of them offered customers a discount of somehow, and yet customer behavior didn't change at all, and so the effect was simply that BC Hydro took a revenue loss on that offering. That we've built in $6.5 million worth of revenue loss.
Okay, thank you. And alternatively then, if these rate design features led to increased utilization and increased revenues, then the RC ratio could potentially increase as a result of this spending, correct?
That's correct, and that would, of course, be our hope. And so our intention would be, if the Commission were to approve such an offer, that we would report back to the Commission on how the temporary rate offering went and whether there were such benefits. And if indeed there were such benefits and we felt like we had good data to prove out the concept, then perhaps even seek the Commission's approval to offer such a concept on a permanent basis in order to capture those benefits.
Great, thank you. So just so that I'm clear, you may not need to recover any of these costs per se, like the marketing budget, if the RC ratio is increasing to be above 1.
I think that's correct. So perhaps put another way, if the temporary rate offers were successful, then the effect of incorporating this lost revenue into the rate model, all else equal, would be that the proposed rates would be expected to over-collect and have a RC ratio over 100%. So that would need to be something that would perhaps need to be adjusted for in future years. The reason, though, I would say that that's probably not a concern, at least initially, is that because of how the levelized rate model works, we are under-collecting in the initial years. And so to the extent that this $6.5 million is overly conservative and didn't need to be built in, another way to think of it is it's just mitigating the extent of under-collection in the early years, and we would perhaps just need to make an adjustment in later years when things are catching up. But in the initial years, I'm not sure it would be a concern, given that there's already an under-collection.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to move on to the bullet that's talking about BCUC oversight. So that I'm understanding this correctly, BC Hydro would submit short applications to request approval for any marketing activities that you plan to implement, and you would request an expedited reviews. So with these short applications, do you envisage that you would request approval of the temporary pricing or the introduction of the price change following any of the temporary offers, or both?
Could you clarify the difference between the two? Sorry.
Well, reading what's on page 5, I wasn't clear when you talk about BC Hydro would submit a short application to the BCUC to request approval for any marketing activities that you want to implement. If these short applications are for implementing the temporary pricing for temporary periods, or would they refer to actually the introduction of the pricing change following these temporary pilot projects, or both?
I understand now, thank you. It would be the former, so it would be just to make the temporary offering in the first place. We would propose a defined time period of some sort. If we then, based on the results of that temporary pilot offering, decided that we thought that there was something here and that we should perhaps offer that on a permanent basis, we would see that being a separate application. Now, the degree of depth and the extent of review with regards to that application, I think, would probably depend on the circumstances. But I'm not sure that. That's not what we're referring to in this bullet. That's the initial temporary offering.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So then, around those expedited reviews for the temporary pricing, can you provide a bit more detail around this? Like, what kind of expedited review you'd be seeking, and perhaps take an example of one of the rate features that you're potentially exploring?
So our hope would be that the review of a temporary offer could take place in less than a month. And the reason that we think that would be important is there could be circumstances where BC Hydro is proposing to put forward a temporary offer utilizing this marketing budget in response to perhaps current market circumstances. And so it would be advantageous to be able to offer that rate relatively quickly. That need for an expedited review and offering is one of the key reasons why we thought it was important to incorporate the marketing budget. And what I mean by that is certainly recognize that there's a limit on the degree of scrutiny that can be applied in such an expedited time period. Likewise, there's also a limit on how much evidence BC Hydro may have, not having actually deployed the pilot rate before, in terms of what benefits and impacts we expect to occur. And so the way we would see it working is recognizing those limitations. We would say, here's an opportunity that we think we have, here's the benefits that we think may arise, and here's the reasons why we think that's the case. Here is the impact that we would have in terms of drawing down that $6.5 million marketing budget in a worst-case scenario where simply we just offer it and all it is lost revenue. And here is by when we would plan to report back to you, Commission, on how this went and what the impacts were and what we think about that. That's kind of the construct that we were thinking about there.
Thank you. So then, depending on what type of rate design feature you might want to offer on a temporary basis, would the timing of this temporary offer vary across these different rate design features?
Yes.
So then, recognizing that it can vary, can you elaborate on how much time do you think or you would hope would elapse between the moment you are requesting approval for a temporary pricing to when you would be in a position to actually implement that new rate design feature? So that would be like recognizing the approval of the temporary pricing, X number of months for the pilot, reporting to the BCUC, and then the rate application for introducing the price changes. So that, yeah.
So the way we would think about it, and with the caveat that I think this could vary, but perhaps just as a representative, roughly typical expectation, if BC Hydro were to apply to the Commission for a temporary offering, our hope would be that that temporary offering could be approved within a month. BC Hydro could then offer that. The time duration that we would expect to offer such a temporary offering, I think, would vary depending on the circumstances, but generally representative, for sake of discussion, say we'd offer it for 6 months. So now we're up to kind of 7 months total. Probably would take us a couple months to look back on that 6-month period, compile the data on how did it go, and put forward an evaluation report to the Commission, and then perhaps another month or so to review the results of that report and make a decision. So all told, perhaps about 9 months start to finish.
Thank you. And then depending on the outcome of this evaluation report, if you want to then apply for introducing these pricing changes, that would be another separate rate application, which could potentially last many more months?
I think the preparation of that application I would include in that 2 months I referenced with regards to preparing the the evaluation. How long the review of that takes, I think would depend on just the volume of evidence and considerations that would be applicable at the time. So I would hesitate to put too fine a number on that. I think would recognize that if we're seeking a permanent rate, that's different than a temporary offering that's funded out of a revenue loss budget, and depending on the depth of evidence that we're putting on the record, the commission may need a month or two to review that application, or perhaps longer if the degree of evidence is more substantial.
Thank you. But I'm curious if we were looking at one particular example, for example, location-based rates that you talk on page 6, location-based pricing pilot, where you would envision adjusting rates dynamically to sustain utilization in response to, say, a price decrease at nearby stations. So then that you would need to be quite, able to move quite quickly to adjust for market circumstances that actually can change relatively quickly if other market service providers are not regulated. So what type of regulatory process do you envision to enable this type of pricing flexibility? Would you envisage some kind of automatic pricing adjustment mechanism?
So you mentioned at the end of your question there the idea of a rate mechanism, for example, and I think that would be a tool that we would look to use in that kind of an example. So what I mean by that is I think this was actually an issue that was explored in the previous EV rate proceeding. The Commission does have the jurisdiction, for example, to approve a rate range, and so I'm speaking hypothetically here, obviously, but one option, perhaps in that circumstance, could be BC Hydro would propose a temporary rate offering that says, could we, in response to these types of circumstances, alter the rate between X and Y? And then we would see how that would go on a temporary basis, report back. If it was successful and we had the evidence to demonstrate that it was successful, then the Commission could approve on a permanent basis the ability to vary the rate between X and Y.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Now, going back to page 5, you're suggesting that the marketing budget is $6.5 million over 10 years, and that's calculated as 2% of the forecast reference case revenue over 10 years. Just want to make sure I understand how this works in the model. So if you could please walk us conceptually through what's going on in the model. For example, when you set the marketing budget at 2%, would costs increase by 1/10 of the 6.5 million amount every year, or would you front load that amount to explore the concepts that you've mentioned with a view to perhaps introducing them early in the period?
So to simplify the modeling, we simply added one extra row in the cost segment and just assume 2% of the revenue we would receive in that year. So the 6.5 is total over the 10-year period. But it is correct that we might spend more in the earlier years and less in the later years. But the idea is it will be constrained into the 6.5 as a total.
Thank you. So then let's assume you might spend it more earlier in the period, and you've spent some amounts to explore these alternatives, and you've found they are successful, and you've implemented them all, let's say, in the first half of the period. Would you then continue to implement a marketing budget every year of the 10-year levelized period?
This is Chris Samvey. So the way that we would look at it is that that we would deploy these rate offers and draw down against that marketing budget potentially and report on how that's going. There may come a time in future years where we say, yep, we've got what we needed. This did it. This fulfilled its intended purpose, and therefore there's a need for adjustment to the rates. And so we would see making that evaluation to the commission at the appropriate time if that's what we were seeing. As I mentioned earlier, I think for at least the initial years, exactly when that occurs or if it occurs, in our view, is not a pressing concern, just given that to the extent that that $6.5 million is in there and not being used, it's just mitigating the extent of under recovery in the initial years, which is I think a generally positive thing. So, but yes, we would look to adjust it out of the model at a future date if needed.
So, sorry, maybe I could just follow up on that question then, just so I understand it. How would the commission know you've spent the $6.5 million and when?
So I think the way we envision it working is that every time that we bring forward a temporary rate offer, we would show what we forecast the impact to be, and then we would report back to the commission on what the impact has been. And so after the deployment of each temporary rate offer, the commission would know on a cumulative basis the impact not just of that offer but of all previous offers, so we could provide that tracking. And so at any given point in time, the commission would have the most up-to-date tracking of the impact of any temporary offers that are associated with that marketing budget.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, panel chair. And I think I have one more question regarding this topic. Just generally speaking, do you have a timeline in mind for the exploration and consultation and introduction of these rate design features that you've listed on page 6 of Exhibit B-9? So there were 4 of them: the overnight discount, monthly subscription, location-based pricing, and some other incentives.
We don't have a concrete timeline at this stage, but we would envision advancing temporary rate offer applications to the commission within calendar year 2024 to give you a rough idea of pace. With regards to which concepts on slide 6 we would advance, I think too early yet to know. As I mentioned earlier, I think the catalyst for this proposal was, as we received some intervener information requests on different proposals, we kind of sat back and reflected and thought, you know what, some of these proposals potentially have some merit, and maybe there is an opportunity in this proceeding to at least provide a foundation upon which some of this exploration could take place. But we're still early days in terms of our own internal thinking around exactly which ones we would prioritize. I think we'd also want to do some engagement with customers to further inform that.
Thank you. Okay, so, well, this concludes my questions on the marketing budget proposal, and I have 2 other sets of questions, but should we continue now, or, yeah, okay. Okay, so my next set of questions relate to BC Hydro's assumptions related to utilization rates. So I would like to first look at the first-year utilization rate for the existing power level stations. So if you could turn to page 44 of the witness aid. It's the response to BCUC IR 19.2, where BC Hydro explained that for the urban stations, you've assumed that the first-year utilization rate would be the actual average utilization rates in fiscal 2023. However, for the non-urban stations, you have applied the projected EV stock growth rate to the F 2023 utilization rate, correct?
Correct.
And just for ease of reference, I might add that the utilization rates from the public version of the model are shown on the next page of the witness aid, page 45. So could you please clarify the rationale for applying the EV stock growth to the non-urban stations utilization rates only?
Based on our model and our assumptions, actually we expect the F24 utilization rate to grow over the F23. We made a couple adjustments in the urban station F24 rates to be more conservative. The first adjustment we made is as what you just described. Instead of applying the growth rate that we explain in our application, we set it to be the same as F23 because that will give us a little bit more conservative assumption of the urban station utilization rate growth. And the second point I want to make is in our application, we explain that in urban stations, when we introduce a new power level, we set the first year utilization rate to be 12%. And then on page 45 of the witness aid that you can see, there are a few power levels. Level 2, 50 to 100 kilowatt and level 2, 75 and 90 kilowatt stations, we set those to be 10% instead of 12%. Again, that's to be more conservative, assuming that we are going to install those stations sometime mid-year in F24. So we adjusted that manually slightly down.
Okay, but I'm still trying to understand why there is a need to be more conservative for the urban stations. Then, is my understanding correct that the reason why you didn't apply the EV stock growth rate to the urban is to be more conservative?
It is to be more conservative, and then one factor is that in our EV stock forecast, we're forecasting a little bit higher ramp up in F24 and 25 to reflect the supply chain issue that happened during the COVID period. And then, so if we apply the growth rate there, the urban stations would ramp up a little bit higher, which could be realistic. But there are a number of places in our overall model, we try to be conservative when we set our rates.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to understand why for the non-urban stations, there was no need to be as conservative.
That is because the non-urban stations, we're seeing a little bit lower utilization. So applying that growth wouldn't have that big of an impact. As well as the non-urban stations, the overall revenue from non-urban stations is significantly lower than the urban stations.
Oops. Thank you. So I think my next series of questions, we will have to look at this snapshot of the Excel model a bit more closely. And now I'm finding the numbers quite small. So for the urban 25 kilowatt stations, so the urban 25, so that would be, okay. The urban utilization rate is 0%, and the non-urban rate was 10% in F 2023. So I just want to confirm that that is the case because perhaps all of BC Hydro's 25 kilowatt stations were in the non-urban areas in F 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So from these actual rates, can you clarify how you set the first year utilization rate at 11% for the urban 25 kilowatt station, but at 13% for the non-urban 25 kilowatt station in F 2024?
Sorry for a little bit delay there. I need to correct what I just said. There are 2 urban stations that were installed in this year, and the 11% represent the actual realization rate.
Sorry, so in F 2023, there were actually 2 25 kilowatt urban stations, and their utilization rate was 11%.
No, in F24, not 23.
Oh, okay.
This is Chris Hanvey. I'll just jump in to add that the answer Ms. Cho gave we think is correct just based on the discussion we have here, but perhaps over lunch hour we'll just take that subject to check and make absolutely sure that's what we're seeing. But that is what we expect based on what we're looking at now.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Now I'd like to look at the first year utilization rate for the urban new power level ports. So if you could please turn to page 46 of the witness aid. In the preamble here to IR 19.2, it says for charging ports at urban stations, the average first year utilization rate ranges from approximately 6% to 15%, with an overall average of 12%. I think Ms. Chow, you alluded to that earlier, but I'm not able to see where in the Excel model we can see average first year utilization rates ranging from 6% to 15% for urban stations. Yeah, for urban stations.
So the range of 6% to 15% represent historical data, which is not part of the model. The model shows the 10-year forecast. The 6 to 15 is we look back at all of our urban stations and look at within a 12-month period, the new power level stations were introduced during that period historically, and that's the range that we're seeing. Roughly, the range we're seeing is the first year realization for those newly introduced stations are roughly in that range, and that's not part of the Excel model.
Okay, so just that I'm clear, so you're referring to historical data that we're not seeing on this snapshot. So when we look at the model and we see F 2023 actual, the column, so you're not referring to that column, you're referring to historical data prior to that.
The F23 actual includes, for example, all power level, like all 50 kilowatt stations that have ever been installed, so 100 and something stations. Whereas the 6 to 15, we only look at, for example, a handful of stations that were introduced during that 12-month time period, like the recent, before, let's say, before we submit the application in July, the 12-month prior to that, we look at the new stations that were installed at those power levels and what the average utilization we're seeing. So the F23 includes all stations from the beginning of time, whereas the 6 to 15 only includes the new stations that were installed perhaps in second half of 2022 and first half of 2023.
Okay, thank you. And I think you might have alluded to that also a bit earlier, but so you've taken the average of 12% to assume that utilization rate for power level exceeding 100 kilowatt, but for the 75 kilowatt and 90 kilowatt, you've assumed 10% first year utilization. Did you mention previously that it was to be more conservative?
Correct.
And why is there the need to be more conservative for these lower power level stations?
Because we were planning to install these power level stations in the later half of F24. So we assumed the first year, in F24, the utilization would only capture perhaps a portion of the full year, first year utilization.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now I'd like to look at the first year utilization rate, but for the non-urban new power level ports. So if we turn to page 47 of the witness aid, just below the table, it talks about the non-urban area, and the response note that based on fiscal year 2023 actual data, the first year utilization rate for a 100 kilowatt station newly installed in non-urban areas falls within a range of 0 to 2%, averaging 1%. Can you see this?
Yes.
So, again, could you please help me find in the model where we could see this, or is it the same kind of conversation as we had before?
It is the same as the urban station utilization.
Okay. Okay, and now I'm curious to understand why you've set the first year utilization rate for the more powerful stations at 2%, while setting the first year utilization rate for the much slower stations at a significantly higher rates of 13% for 25 kilowatt station and 5% for the 50 kilowatt stations.
As we explain, the first year, or the first year in the model being F24, the average utilization rate we included in the model for the power levels that we already have, we included the actual utilization rates that we are observing. But for the power levels that we don't have yet, then we included the 2% assumption.
Thank you. So if we turn to page 48 of the witness aid, that's an extract from the application, Chapter 3, Public Engagement, where BC Hydro discusses the survey participants' priorities in relation to the design of future BC Hydro public charging stations. And the top response was shorter charging time at stations of higher power level. Can you see that?
Yes.
So would you agree that EV owners wanting to spend less time charging their vehicle would seek out the more powerful stations given the choice?
Yes.
So then if we look at your projected utilization rates over the next 10 years for the 25 kilowatt in the non-urban area, they go from 13% in F 2024 to 30% in fiscal 2032. And if we compare that to any of the power levels above 75 kilowatt, including the most powerful, the utilization rates range from 2% to 6% for the same period. So we see that the slowest stations are expected to be 6 times more busy than the fastest stations. Could you please reconcile these projected utilization rates with BC Hydro's survey participants' top priority, which is, as well as actual EV owners' behavior, which is that they seek shorter times at stations of higher power levels?
Sorry. So we would like to go back to our assumption of our first year utilization rate. And the 0 to 2% is what we have observed from introducing new introducing new stations in non-urban areas. Those are the utilization rates we have observed. And it takes time for any station to ramp up to the existing or, the higher power level, the higher utilization rates that you are seeing. I would like to remind everybody that BC Hydro's existing charging stations, more than half of these charging stations actually are in non-urban areas. So a lot of these non-urban stations have been in place for a long period of time. And yes, we agree that customers generally would prefer the higher power level stations, but as Mr. Jensen explained earlier, availability of charging stations is also an issue. As we plan to roll out our new charging stations in non-urban areas, the priority, subject to Mr. Jensen's confirmation, but the priority would be the geographic coverage. We would expand to areas that don't have charging stations yet. And so customers who are using the existing power level stations might not have the higher power level station option very soon.
And Ms. Joe, is it fair to say that because of the higher capital costs associated with these higher power stations, you're not planning to install as many of them as you do with the lower voltage ones, are you? What is the breakdown between the various power levels in terms of deployment going forward?
Yeah, we are planning to install higher power levels, but sometimes we are constrained. And so in particular in non-urban areas, we might have system constraints where we cannot, install the higher power levels because we might have only a single phase, running in a particular area, obviously. And so, from that perspective, even today, we only have in the non-urban areas like 725 kilowatt stations that's being referred to here, with the higher utilization. So it's based on a small number of charging stations. I have to look up in the application where we gave the breakdown as it relates to the power levels. I believe it is in Chapter 4. Yeah, and Chapter 4, Table 4-2, we provide the breakdown for fiscal 24, fiscal 25, fiscal 26 for the different power levels, urban and non-urban by power level.
Thank you.
So just coming back to these very different first-year assumptions between the lower charging ports and the higher. It's really based on what you've observed so far, but is it fair to say that the 25 kilowatt stations you've had in operations for a number of years, and your offering generally is just up to recently was only between 25 kilowatt stations and 50 kilowatt stations?
Correct, and level 2.
Yeah, but I just want to focus on fast charging stations, right? Right now, so that because of what was currently or up to recently being offered, those were the two options. So by necessity, these stations would have had a higher utilization rates than the other ones, which were non-existent or just are coming online recently.
Yes, but I would like to clarify the 0 to 2% is what we actually observe during the same time period of the new charging port being introduced in non-urban. That's the first year utilization rate that we have observed pretty recently among those power levels.
Okay. So based on that, then the conclusion is that it takes time for owners to find them or adapt to these higher power level stations, and that's why over the next 10 years, the increase is just going from 2% to 5%. So it takes that much time for customers to be aware, and even then they wouldn't be able to use those higher level stations that they are actually preferring. The maximum is you're only reaching 6% or 5% at the end of the 10-year period. So it would take even longer for customers to be aware of these faster charging stations.
This is Chris Samvey. We were just discussing a few points. So I think the first point, just to remember that we're discussing here the utilization rate for non-urban stations. And so we do typically expect for non-urban stations that we will see utilization rates that are are lower, given these are on travel corridors and getting that type of usage as opposed to the type of usage you might see in urban areas. The ramp up from 2% to 5% is just a function of how the model works, in the sense that it takes that starting 2%, and then the ramp up is a function of EV stock growth over time and the correlation between utilization and EV stock growth. So that's how the ramp up occurs. So it really is anchored in what your starting number is.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. So I'm just a bit questioning the basis still for the around 27-30% utilization rates for the 25 kilowatt station at the end of the 10-year period, for a couple of reasons. First of all, by then there will be a lot more models on the market and on the roads that are able to accept or charge at higher power levels, and there might not be that many Nissan Leaf still on the roads. So, I mean, recognizing that it takes more time to charge at the lower 25 kilowatt station, I think from my calculations, it might be an EV owner might spend twice as much time at a 25 kilowatt station than a higher power level station. So we could see like a factor of 2 to 1 that explains higher utilization rates for the lower charging station. But it still seems high because they will not be the stations that are most sought after in 10 years. And in contrast, for the higher, most powerful station, I think more and more EV models and makes are able to, or will be able to accept higher power level stations. So I would be curious to know if these utilization rates from first year to all, during all the period would be changed, or reversed. What impact would it have on the RC ratios and the rates? So that it would actually reflect the EV drivers' preferences for faster stations. So I wonder if maybe as an undertaking you could adjust these utilization rates to reflect a different ratio, or a different relationship between the higher power level and the lower power level.
I think we could. So I don't know how long it will take us to model that, but perhaps as a starting point, we'll undertake during the lunch break to determine what we would need to do and what that would look like, and we'll report back after the lunch break as to what we think that undertaking could look like and the time required.
I would like to clarify that these utilization rates are not reflecting, for example, a forecast average weighted utilization rate at all these power levels. These utilization rates were developed based on the utilization rate ramp up formula that we developed for the application. The actual weighted average utilization, depending on how many ports we have at whatever power level, that you have to apply that to the deployment plan. So basically, these are the templated formula and before applying the ports. So in the event that, for example, in the future, we don't have any 25 kilowatt stations in the future or have very few of them, then the 30% utilization rate here wouldn't mean much after you apply 0 ports or 2 ports. Then, it really doesn't matter. Versus the higher level stations, then we have more ports available, then the utilization rate applying to that power level, then the revenue would reflect that.
Yeah, thank you for this clarification. It's helpful. But just so that I'm clear, utilization rate refers to the number of minutes in the year that a station is used, correct?
Correct.
So if the model predicts that the 25 kilowatt stations have a 30% utilization rate in 2032, it's still a high rate of utilization regardless of whether you have only 2 stations or you have 100 stations, correct? They would still be used 30% of the year.
Correct, at the maximum based on our ramp-up assumption.
And that's what I'm just curious about, this 30%. So regardless of how many you have, that they would really still be a sought-after commodity.
It's Chris Sandy here. I think we understand the point you're making, and we'll discuss that over the lunch break in terms of what we might be able to undertake to do that would go in the direction you're describing and come back. But I think definitely understand what you're illustrating in terms of the higher utilization on the lower power level, the lower utilization on the higher power level, and whether that makes sense as you move into future years.
Thank you, and that actually concludes my questions on the utilization rates.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Tran, and thank you to the BC Hydro Witness Panel. I think you've earned a break over lunch. You've got a little bit of homework to do, so I suggest that we come back. Let me see. What time is it? Would 1 o'clock be satisfactory? All right.
Yes.
So let's come back at 1 o'clock, and hopefully they can turn on some heat in the interim. All right. Thank you very much. All right, and welcome back. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. And I hope you all noticed the room is actually a little bit warmer now. So maybe by the end of the day, we'll just get it just right. I think BC Hydro is going to go back and check on a couple of things, and you might have something to report or not. So over to you, Mr. Sandeep.
Thank you. We do have a couple things to report on. So the first is with regards to an undertaking we took to provide the breakdown between the different power level range categories for the dual port 180 kilowatt charging stations. And so it does vary a bit between year to year, but as an anchor point, if we look at fiscal 2033 at the end of the 10-year levelized period, the breakdown is that 70% of those stations would fall into the 50 to 100 kilowatt hour category, and the remaining 30% would be in the 100 to 200 kilowatt category. And then with regards to the issue we discussed just before the break, Ms. Cho will speak in a moment to some references that we identified during the break that I think can give just an indication of the directional impact and the order of magnitude impact of making some adjustments along the lines of what would be described. But maybe I'll just make a few high-level points first. The first is to say that we do have a team working right now on exactly how to incorporate this into the model. So while Ms. Cho will speak at a high level to directional order of magnitude impact that we would anticipate, we'll try and actually model that during the afternoon with the view to filing something perhaps during the SRP tomorrow that would actually model it. The high-level points I would make would be first, just to make the point, as I did before the break, that we recognize the issue that staff have surfaced, and we agree conceptually with the challenge that they're articulating and the need to try to recognize it. I think anytime that you do modeling like this, the model is somewhat imperfect in terms of what it can foresee and not foresee, and so we agree with the issue, and we're thinking about how to give the model that insight. The second point I would make is just that one of the other issues we'll have to think about as we do this is that for some of these non-urban stations that are at lower power levels, we expect they will continue to remain the only station really available in that community. And so that's a case where we'll have to be careful about what adjustments we make, because yes, it might be a lower power level, that might be less desirable, but if that's the only option available to someone, then who would need to account for that? Third and fourth points I wanted to make is just with regards to what Ms. Chow will go into more detail on in a moment, which is first with regards to the lower power level. There aren't very many lower power level stations in non-urban areas as we start to go through the model, and so for that reason, as Ms. Chow will note, the directional order of magnitude impact is not that significant of trying to scale down the utilization of those stations just because there's not very many of them. And then on the higher power level side of things, because as we've talked about, generally speaking, we expect those power levels to be a bit more cost effective, the directional impact is positive if you start to scale up the utilization on those ones. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Chow just to reference some more details.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to start by giving people an idea of the portion of revenue that we expect to generate from non-urban stations. Of the total revenue we're looking at 6% of revenue being generated by non-urban stations based on our reference case assumptions. And then during the lunch break, we did some manual adjustments to the model, and what we did is for the lower power level stations, instead of 30% maximum utilization rate, we fix it at 20%, cap it at 20%. So after 20% doesn't grow anymore, the impact to RC ratio of that, based on the updated RC ratio we provided this morning, the reference case was 99.55. But if we cap the non-urban max utilization at 20%, that would bring it down to 99.53. So it's really, really immaterial. And then in terms of the assuming the other higher level stations a higher starting utilization rate. And this is something we actually have modeled for BCUC IR 1.19.5.1. So in that IR, we modeled scenarios of starting from 2%, 4%, and 6% as the assumption for first year utilization rate. So using the 20% cap that I just described, assuming 2% utilization rate, that's our reference case, that's 99.53. Assuming 4% first year utilization rate, that will bring the RC ratio up to 103.47%. And assuming 6%, that will bring it to 107.34%.
Thank you. So just so that I'm clear, those numbers that you just spoke about was adjusting the response you had provided before, but with capping the 25 kilowatt utilization rate at the later part of the model to 20%.
And also the marketing budget as well as the connector cost, factor everything in, and then cap the 2% at the maximum of, cap the non-urban maximum at 20%. Also, I can provide a little bit additional references. At 4% first year utilization, we would be seeing a maximum of 11% by the end of the 10-year period. If we start at 6%, then we will be seeing by year 10, it will be at 17%.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And so with those updated RC ratios that are now above, that would be above 100, so 103 point maybe 47, I heard, and then 107 point something, that would presumably allow for reduced rates, all else being equal, correct? Do you know how much roughly they could be lowered by?
This is Chris Amvey. We didn't calculate that specifically, and what I would suggest is as I mentioned, we do have some team members working on exactly how to build this into the model at the moment, with the hope that we can provide that tomorrow morning. And I think if we were to calculate any potential rate impacts, we'd want to do it off of that work. These references here, I think they work for the purpose of kind of giving an expectation of what direction are we going and by how much, but I would hesitate to use them for the purpose of actually putting forward an adjusted proposal.
Yeah, that sounds very reasonable. And I just have one more clarification to what something was said earlier, that for the non-urban areas going forward, you expect that those existing 25 kilowatt stations would maybe be the only available options, because you perhaps don't plan to deploy higher level stations in the vicinity. But what about other service providers? If other service providers have higher power station in the vicinity, drivers would probably tend to go there as opposed to the lower the lower station.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. But where we have the 25, those 7 non-urban 25 kilowatts located, some of them are very remote sites. So I'm not sure if service providers at this point would be willing to put a charging station there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Sandy, for maybe it's Ms. Cho, I was reflecting on this over the lunch hour, and I'm just wondering whether there might be a bit of an unintended consequence of adopting a model or rate design model whereby you're charging the same rate on an energy-based basis for all your fast charging stations, in the sense that assuming people have a choice and they see the same price tag on different speed of chargers, I think human nature being what it is, we're all going to think, well, I'm paying the same price, so why would I not pick the highest voltage fast chargers to charge my car, even though my car may not be capable of taking power at that voltage, right? Are you not driving people then to make choices that perhaps are not warranted, and in fact create situations that you don't want, or problems that you don't want, by everyone clamoring for the highest voltage at the same price? Why would you not consider a different model that actually tells people that, look, if you want a higher charge, you're going to pay more for it. So, make your trade-off.
I think it's a fair point. It's an issue that we did consider, and I think our response to BCC Aviva 1.20.4 goes over some of the considerations. I think our view would be a couple things outweigh that possibility. The first is that we expect that the choice of station is likely to be more influenced in the case of most customers by other factors such as location and other things that it would impact convenience rather than the calculation of, well, I'll just go and find the highest one because that's the best one, for example. And then the other consideration, I think, as Ms. Cho talked about previously, is just ease of understanding amongst customers. And so it may be that over time, as electric vehicles increase in adoption and customers become more and more familiar, that it does make sense to have more differentiation in the market. But our view is that at this stage where adoption is still relatively early on, that the more simple and understandable we can make pricing for customers, the better. And perhaps over time, as the market matures, it makes sense to introduce some more complexity, but our view would be to start slow.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Sandu. All right. Do BCUC staff have any follow-up questions that arise from what we've just discussed right now? If not, I will call on the next.
No, but I have another set of questions on a different topic.
Oh, I thought you were finished.
No, I was finished by utilization.
Okay, my mistake. So Ms. Tran apparently has another line of questioning. So, over to Ms. Tran.
Thank you. So my next set and last set of questions relate to the extended stay charge. But before I turn to any specific material, I have some general questions on terminology and also on likelihood of congestion at BC Hydro's fast charging stations. So in terms of customer understanding and common industry practice, do other EV charging service providers use the term extended stay charge, or is this fee more commonly known as idle fee or congestion fee?
I'm not sure the exact name that other charge providers use, but idle fee is definitely used from time to time as well in the industry, and congestion fee as well. And the way it gets applied, is obviously different ways that people apply that.
So would BC Hydro feel strongly about keeping the proposed term extended stay charge terminology, or would you be amenable to renaming it, for example, idle fee?
We would be indifferent on that.
And when you communicate that to customers, for example, through the app, the BC Hydro app, or physically at the start charging station, would it refer specifically to like extended stay charge or idle fee?
Correct. Yeah, as we communicate through email announcements or on the website or the applications that we use in our business, we'd refer to those specific names, whichever name we land on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, just also generally speaking, I'd like to understand more the likelihood of congestion at BC Hydro's station. So if I understand correctly, currently, BC Hydro's fast charging sites consist of only 1 or 2 charging stations with 1 charging port each. Is that correct?
Most sites have 2 to 4. There might be still the occasional where there's 1, but we are looking to make sure that every site has 2 chargers basically, but it varies from 2 to 4.
So currently you have sites that have 4 stations?
Yeah, not a lot, but a few.
Okay. So most of your stations have 2, some have 1, and some have 4?
That's correct.
Just to be clear, we're talking about the same things. Are you talking about the stations or are you talking about ports? Because I just want to make sure we're talking about the same things here.
Yeah, up to today, on what's available to the public, stations and ports is the same today because we haven't put in service the 180 kilowatt chargers yet. Yeah.
Thank you.
So then, today, most sites have 2 stations or 2 ports. It's the same thing. So would you agree then that these sites are susceptible to becoming fully used relatively quickly, as only 2 EV charging station using them would mean congestion?
That will depend on the location. And so for the sites that are in non-urban areas and travel corridors, at this point it's unlikely that they, particularly if it's 2 stations fully utilized. Obviously, if you have 1 station, the moment 1 person shows up, it's utilized. In the urban areas, that's where we see more congestion happening at this point.
Okay, so if we can turn now to page 51 of the witness aid. On the first paragraph of the answer here is that the extended stay charge is intended to reduce congestion, and congestion is defined as all charging stations or ports are occupied and there's at least 1 customer waiting. So based on your definition of congestion, would you need to physically observe the congestion on site?
So is the question that in the case that we would want to apply the extended stay fee, we would need to observe that on site? Is that the question?
No, I'm just trying to understand your definition of congestion. And as I understand it from the response I read, it's when all the charging stations or ports are occupied and there's at least 1 customer waiting. Okay. So is that your definition of congestion?
Yes, that's a fair point. Yeah, that's written down here.
So if you know that there's at least 1 customer waiting, my question is, would you need to observe the congestion physically on site, or is there another way to determine that there is at least a customer waiting if you're not present on site?
Yeah, no, it will be difficult for us to observe if somebody is waiting, obviously, but what we are able to see is the moment a car leaves, disconnect. If right away somebody drives in and connects, it will be difficult for us to see if actually 1 or more people are waiting in line.
Okay, so let's move to page 52 of the witness aid. The last paragraph of the indented part of it explains that BC Hydro intends to monitor where congestion is occurring on a monthly basis. So what I understand is you don't really necessarily plan to observe the congestion physically, but you may use your billing data to determine that the time gap between two customers is very short, and hence you might assume congestion at that site?
Yes, we will be using utilization data and the data where we can see when people disconnect and another car connects. That's correct. Yeah.
And when you say that you would monitor congestion on a monthly basis, I'm just trying to understand. So once a month you would look at the utilization data for a station, or you would look once a month and you look at the whole month of data?
And we would look at the whole month of data, and we would be in particular be looking for, where the peaks are happening during the day and whether or not, it gets, consistently, 100% utilization or close to that.
So you would be trying to identify when in a certain, what's the time period in a day that a station is consistently congested, on a daily basis, perhaps?
That's correct. Let's say over that month period, over those 30 or 31 days, look at is congestion happening on those 30 or 31 days. Yeah.
Okay, and if you were to find that one station is congested on a daily basis, but only at certain peak time, then would you want to apply the extended stay charge only for those time during the day, or just all the time for this station?
Yeah, we've left the flexibility, in that, as we outlined in our IR responses. It could be location-based or could be time of day based as well. And so, if it's just during certain peak hours, we may just apply it during peak hours.
Thank you. Just gonna see where I'm at.
Sorry, Ms. Tran, while you're finding your way, I just want to follow up, Mr. Jensen, on that exchange. Can you tell me what are the assumptions underlying what proportion of your total revenues this extended stay charge is going to fetch you, based on all the uncertainties that you've described to me now?
Yeah. So in the model, we had anticipated 4 million, revenue from extended stay. It was based on, 5% of the user sessions edging into the extended stay for 5 minutes, basically. So that was the assumption made in the model.
And why have you, I guess, opted to implement this? I'm just curious. Is it really to address the issue of availability? Because I can see how some customers may be very annoyed at having this added on to the bill, especially if there's nobody waiting, right? And because of the time lapse between the time when they've taken the last watt of electricity from you, and yet they still park there, are you going to be charging it nonetheless? Or does it actually have to be somebody waiting there before you would apply this extended stay charge?
No, if we would apply it to a particular location and or a particular time period, it would apply independent on whether or not somebody is waiting there at that particular moment. People obviously would be informed about that and be aware of it, so there wouldn't be, any surprises. I mean, the reason we are introducing this is because, we are experiencing, congestion at the sites, and, people currently are sometimes longer plugged in. And on the applications that we're using, we are seeing customer feedback. So it's really, addressing the customer feedback that we're seeing and alleviating some of the congestion at the site. Obviously, the more permanent solution to this is to install more stations, at the site so that congestion doesn't occur.
This is Chris Samview. Maybe I would just add that I think there was a commission information request that explored whether it was unduly discriminatory to only apply the extended stay charge in certain instances and not in all instances. And I think, Madam Chair, with regards to your question, that was one of the considerations we had in proposing that that we only apply it in certain cases, and our view that it's not unduly discriminatory to do so, that if we're going to apply it and if customers are going to be subjected to that charge, which, as you note, could be controversial amongst customers in some cases if they're being charged that we really should be deliberate about doing it and only apply it in those stations where, as Mr. Jansen indicated, we think we do have a congestion challenge, and we think the fee will help address that challenge. It won't obviously eliminate the possibility that a customer could be charged a fee even though there's not a car there, because we just have no way of knowing. But we'd want to be deliberate about it and only charge it where we think we need to. And hopefully that would eliminate some of the controversy referred to.
Thank you. Ms. Tran?
Yes, thank you, panel chair. We were just on the topic of how you would communicate these extended stay charge to customers. So let's turn to page 53 of the witness aid, where somewhere in the middle, BC Hydro says that it would inform EV owners using the charging stations of the applicability of this charge. And that would include communication channels such as posting on-site, posting online, etc. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so since BC Hydro is not proposing to apply the extended stay charge to all stations, could you please clarify how you plan to communicate to customers which stations are subject to the fee?
Yes, we can do that via our website and list those there. Most EV users use, PlugShare or ChargeHub, the applications where you find where charging stations are, and within there's descriptions as well. And so we would include it in those descriptions so people, are aware of that as well. Where we have stations where the display can display, cost information, we'll have that, on there as well. And then in addition to that, we're intending to notify users as well of who we have contact information when they, plug in or when the car is charged up to a certain point, to send them a notification as well.
Okay, so just a couple of questions. And when you say posting on site, you refer to if the station allows through the screen, you would do that. Do you also envisage physical signage?
Currently, we have physically the rates posted on site, but going forward, the intent is to have a reference to our website, so people can, by calling that up, see whether or not an idle fee would be applicable.
Okay, so when an EV driver pulls to the station, then it requires a little bit more digging. Let's say through the app, PlugShare, ChargeHub, you would select the app, and then you have to click on details, correct? To see the rate and then perhaps other ancillary fees.
Yeah, which is common for people using or driving EVs.
Okay, and for some reason, if the owners have missed that, then they would plug in and then they would get a notification via their phone that as they approach a full state of charge, they might be charged an extended stay charge.
That's correct, yeah.
And I'm just wondering how easy would it be then for BC Hydro to add or remove stations from being subject to this fee?
That would be fairly easy, because we would do that to our new network management system, and then we send a notification as well to PlugShare or ChargeHub to update the information. Yeah.
And so, how frequently would you review whether a station whether it's still appropriate to subject a station to the extended stay charge?
Yeah, we would make that part of the monthly review that we were referring to earlier.
So every month, all of your stations would be subject to this review, and the list would be updated on a monthly basis.
That's correct. Now, whether or not we decide to make a change to the extended charging fee month to month, we obviously have to put other considerations in as well. Like, we don't want to put extended charging fees for 1 month, and then the following month, if there was not enough congestion, remove it, and then the following month back, because that's confusing for users. So I think we would have to see quite a consistent, pattern in order to remove it.
So I'd like to go back to page 52 of the witness aid, and I think it's a topic that we were discussing previously with between you and the panel chair. But on page 52, you're talking about a trade-off between inconveniencing customers and achieving benefits in terms of reduced congestion. That's like in the middle of the page. The paragraph that starts for sites or times of day. Do you see that? For sites or times of day or at stations where there is no concern of congestion, BC Hydro does not plan to apply the extended stay charge. This is intended to minimize inconvenience to customers and only apply the charge where it is expected to achieve the intended benefits.
That's correct. Yeah, I see that.
Okay. And on page, if we look at page 54 of the witness aid, that's an excerpt from the application, Chapter 3, Public Engagement, and towards the bottom of the page, you've noted that the use of extended stay charge to encourage turnover at charging station was the second highest priority of the survey participants, with 73% of them supporting the introduction of such a charge, just behind energy-based pricing that received 75% support. Do you see that?
Yes.
So when you consulted customers, did you specify whether the extended stay charge would apply only to select stations or to all stations?
I think the question in the survey did not distinguish that.
So therefore, the customers responding to the survey question would just have assumed it would apply to all stations?
I'm not sure what they would have assumed, but that would likely be the case.
But there was no indication that it might apply to...
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah.
So in your experience, would you qualify this level of support for the introduction of a new charge as low, average, high, or really high?
I would describe the support, high, based on the 73%.
So would it be fair to assume that customers support the application of the extended stay charge to all fast, so the support to apply an extended stay charge to all fast charging station is high?
Well, the question in the survey, I don't think specified if it was for all stations or not. It was more a generic question if people would support extended stay charges.
And would you have supporting evidence indicated that customers would be inconvenienced if the extended stay charge were applied to all stations?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they would be inconvenienced, nor whether I don't have the information for that here as well, nor from the service that I'm aware of. Yeah.
So let's consider two scenarios. In the first scenario, a customer arrives at a station occupied by a car that has stopped charging but is not subject to an extended stay charge. And in the second scenario, a customer arrives at an unoccupied station and starts charging, but knows that they would be billed an extended stay charge if they don't move their car within 5 minutes after the end of their session. In your opinion, which customer might be more inconvenienced?
Could you repeat the first example?
Yeah, the first scenario is a customer arrives at a station which is occupied by a car that has stopped charging, but is not subject to an extended stay charge. So that customer would know that because you know from observing the station whether there is an active session, and that customer would also know whether this station is subject to an extended stay charge. So they could deduct whether, the scenario is happening. And I'm wondering if that customer might be more or less inconvenienced than in a second scenario where he arrives, the station is unoccupied, and he starts charging, but he knows that an extended stay charge might start within 5 minutes of when he stops, even if there's no one else waiting.
Yeah, no, thank you. My opinion would be that the first situation would be more inconvenient for our customers. Throughout the surveys, we have identified that people find it inconvenient to wait for charging. And so in the second scenario, the user, the EV owner, will be knowing that it will be, extended stay charges, so they will be informed about that. So that would be my opinion on that.
Thank you. I'd like to now turn to level 2 stations. On page 52 of the witness aid, BC Hydro stated that for level 2 charging stations that may be used overnight, BC Hydro may not apply the extended stay charge between 11 a.m. and 7 a.m. so that EV owners using these stations do not need to move their car during the night. My first question is just a clarification. Did you mean to say between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m.?
Yes.
And in your response, you say that BC Hydro may not apply the extended stay charge between those hours, rather than saying will not apply. So I'm just wondering if there are instances where BC Hydro would apply an idle fee so that owners have to move their cars in the middle of the night not to be charged the extended stay charge.
No, that would not be the intent.
And for all hours outside of the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. period, is it BC Hydro's intention to apply the extended stay charge to all level 2 stations?
No, I think the same principle as with the fast chargers. Like if we saw congestion starting to happen or higher utilization levels, then we would consider applying, extended fee charges or stay charges.
So again, it would be using your utilization rate data, correct, to identify congestion, not to go and observe physically that there is congestion.
That's correct, yeah.
And when you conducted market research on idle fees, did you come across other service providers that charged idle fees for level 2 stations, regardless of time of day?
I'm not aware. That's something I would have to verify. But personally, I'm not aware. Most of the research looked at the level 3 charging stations. But that's something I can look into if you like to.
Thank you. That's it for me.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Tran. Now, I'm going to call on the interveners by order of appearances, and I believe Mr. Andrews, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the witness panel. I'm counsel for the BC Sustainable Energy Association and Vancouver Electric Vehicle Association, as you probably have guessed by now. My first question goes to the energy-based rates for which BC Hydro had to obtain a dispensation from Measurement Canada. And I understand that you received the dispensation on October 13th. My question is not to try to get into detail, but the The question is, what were the conditions under which that dispensation was granted to BC Hydro? And ultimately, the question is BC Hydro okay, agreeable to those terms and conditions? And would they affect potentially the revenue cost ratios?
It's several questions, but I'll kick it off here.
Thank you.
So in the BCUC IR response 1.36.3, that's where specific requirements were laid out for the dispensation.
Yeah.
There were no concerns there that we were worried about. For some of the meters, plus or minus 3%, accuracy, is required for the level 2. But there was nothing in there that was of concern to us.
And just for clarification, you referred to having to apply to Measurement Canada for dispensation regarding new level 2 stations. And can you clarify, was that all new stations? And the comment arose out of a discussion of level 2? Is the dispensation only for the ones that were listed in the application, so that you have to make a new application when you get in a new station?
Yeah, so we have applied for dispensation for all the existing stations. And so going forward, we will not need to continue asking for dispensation as we implement additional chargers.
Okay, maybe I need more explanation then. So for what types of new chargers will you have to apply anew for dispensation?
For each particular charger. So dispensation can be granted on very specific chargers. So you need to give the specific location, serial numbers, etc. And so for that specific charger, you get dispensation. Once it's granted, you also need to make sure that the people are aware of the dispensation.
And then for a new charger that's installed, you have to apply for dispensation for that new charger.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. There were a number of questions about revenue recovery and refunds. To your knowledge, is there any example in the industry of public EV charging where a provider has sought to recover after the charging session additional funds from the EV driver?
Not that we are aware of.
And similarly, that would where a provider would give a refund to a driver based on this type of situation, under collection, over collection?
Yeah, not that we're aware of.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to the evaluation report concept that Hydro has proposed. And this is, my first questions have to do with the timing of it. And as I understand it, Hydro has proposed that the report would be filed within 12 months of the adoption of a permanent rate. My question is, are you sure that that gives you enough time to have enough data to make a reasonable, well-founded recommendation about whether there's any changes needed to the rates that you've applied for here?
Perhaps subject to check, Mr. Andrews. I'm recollecting, but I could be wrong, that the within 12-month period may have been referenced in the previous commission decision, and so we may have been suggesting within 12 months to be consistent with that, although I could be recalling incorrectly, so we will check that. What I would say regardless is that I think we generally would think that a year is somewhat on the edge, if I could put it that way, in terms of whether you'd have enough meaningful data to make a change. And certainly we've spoken to that issue with regards to future reports in terms of saying expressing a hesitation to just at this point say, well, let's go with annual reporting, thinking that you might not get enough from year to year. What I would say, though, is that with regards to this first report, why it may be desirable to have that within 12 months parameter is just that in the event that things are significantly off course, if I can put it that way, not that that's our expectation at all, but if that were to be the case, I think the Commission may want to know that relatively, sooner, and that within 12 months would provide that. Although I would think going forward from that point, if that first report showed, look, generally they're on track, or hey, here's an adjustment that we should make, and then go from there, I think we would want to get some more distance between the next intervals.
So I think you've said that one of the things that would be included in the first report would be a recommendation regarding the timing of the next report. Is it possible then that with the 12-month provision, a recommendation could be included to say we should do another report when we have a full 12 months of data, because we are only operating on X months of data when we make this initial report? Is that the kind of thing that would be possible?
Yes, so I think that would be, our view is that it's best for each evaluation report to make a proposal with regards to when the next one should occur and why. And I think at a basic level, the reason we thought it made sense to do it that way is I think it's challenging at this juncture to set a reporting cadence for a 10-year period and be confident that that's the right cadence. And so this more iterative as-you-go approach we thought would be appropriate. Just with regards to the point I made earlier, Ms. Cho found the reference for me. So the proposal with regards to this first report, we did say within 12 months to be consistent with the previous Commission decision. So the previous Commission decision stated on page 38 of the reasons to decision to Commission Order number G1822, BC Hydro's public EV charging rate should be regularly reviewed, and the first review should recur no later than 12 months from the date of adoption of a permanent rate.
And just to sort of flesh out the evidence on that topic, preparing an evaluation report within 12 months means that you would not have a full seasonal cycle of data in terms of the usage and the revenues. Is that a problem, or is that first of all, is that correct?
That's correct. We wouldn't have a full seasonal cycle.
I want to also ask a bit about you've indicated that the primary purpose of the evaluation report is to inform on whether there's a need to adjust the rates themselves, and that the revenues and costs would be the subject of reporting during revenue requirements applications, or the FACOS, the fully allocated cost of service reports. Can you explain a bit about how that difference would be made? Like that the evaluation report would not necessarily be dealing with revenue cost data? Is that the inference that we should draw?
Sorry, Mr. Andrews, I appreciate the time. We are recalling the statement. We're having trouble just in the moment recalling exactly what the statement was referring to with regards to what should be in FACOS of the RA, and so we'll try and, or if you have a reference, perhaps we could try and find that.
Well, I do have... a reference that I would have to check. It would be Exhibit B4, BCUCIR 1.13.6, PDF page 106.
So perhaps we can look at that here as we go and circle back on that particular part as to what we were referring to on RA and FACOS. What I might say in the meantime, if it's helpful, is that, as you said, our view is that the primary purpose of the evaluation report would be to assess the forecast revenue to cost ratio and how that's trending based on more up-to-date actual utilization data. To do that assessment, I think we would need to have revenue and cost data. And so, again, we'll check to see exactly what we were referring to there, but we didn't mean to imply that revenue and cost data would not be part of the evaluation report. It would in fact be necessary for it to be part of the evaluation report, for the evaluation report to be able to inform an adjustment to rates.
So back now specifically on the evaluation report, there was discussion this morning about the energy-based pricing, and that the proposal is, setting aside level 2, that the price would be the same on a kilowatt hour basis for all the different fast charging power levels. Is that the kind of topic that would be addressed in the evaluation report, like whether there are problems that have arisen because of the same energy charge being applied to different powered chargers?
Out of this report, we don't have that conclusion. Right?
So the case I'm thinking of as an example that might help here, Mr. Andrews, is we talked earlier about the above 200 kilowatt example, where we'd be proposing today to keep the energy charge the same, but we know that we don't have the most robust data set on the cost for that power level. So yes, in a case like that, for example, we would see the evaluation report identifying more up-to-date data where it exists for those power level stations, and if that was indicating a need to depart from the entirely portfolio-based approach, then we would articulate that in the report.
What about and thank you for that response. And now another point. What about the potential for EV charging customers to go to a charger that can charge at a higher level than their vehicle can accommodate, just on the basis of the general sense that, you know, the higher power is better, or that they don't understand the limits of their own EV, and that may then lead to some congestion problem where someone with a EV that can accept a higher level of charge has to go to a lower powered charger or has to wait for the high powered one. Is that the kind of thing that you would be able to report on in the evaluation report?
Yes, so we expect that we would be able to observe whether that behavior was occurring, and we could include that in the evaluation report to indicate if we think there's a trend in that area.
Thank you. Turning to the extended stay charge, I think it's fair to say that there's quite a few uncertainties as to the way that would be implemented, and that flexibility is part of the proposal. Would you be reporting, do you intend to be reporting on how the extended stay charge implementation has gone? in the evaluation report?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have anything else? Is there something?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Andrews. Ms. Cho was just showing me, we found that reference that you had mentioned earlier with regards to BCUCIR 1.13.6. And so what was tripping me up in the moment was I recollected the statement, but was thinking of it as a substitute in terms of, if the RRA or the FACO studies provide revenue to cost information, then the evaluation report doesn't need to. And just rereading the statement now and reminding myself of the context, I think what we were saying in response to BCUCIR 1.13.6 is that evaluation reports will have revenue and cost information on EV public charging service. RRAs will have that information. FACO studies will have that information. Given that RRAs and FACO studies will have revenue and cost information in it, would, in our view, support the view that evaluation reports don't necessarily need to happen annually. Because, for example, the Commission will be getting an annual report through the annual FACO study of the revenue to cost ratios. And so that was a point we were making just in terms of the argument that the evaluation reports don't necessarily have to have an annual cadence to them. Perhaps they could be more infrequent, and to make that assessment kind of as we go here on an iterative basis with each evaluation report, making a recommendation as to the timing of the next evaluation report.
Well, thank you very much, the panel, and thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Andrews. I think next on the list, I'm not sure whether he has any questions, is Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Carmichael, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you very much. And then after that is Mr. Ho. Do you have any questions?
No, Fortis BC has no questions.
Thank you. Now I'm going to call on the CEC as represented by Mr. Weaver, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Craig is going to lead the questioning, but I'd just like to highlight our witness aid because there's a couple of comments to make. And just to mark it for reference, it would be CC-4. This is a conventional witness aid in the sense that the materials are generally all from the record, but there are, in the interest of sort of efficiency, there are 3 or 4 items that are not on the record. So at the end of the cross-examination, we may wish to mark this as an exhibit, but for now, just for reference, BC Hydro was provided a copy of the exhibit last night. I've briefly talked with BC Hydro's counsel about it, and just to take any sort of sense of urgency around this out, pages 18, 19, and 21, essentially there's simply mathematical calculations of the evidence, and it's just basically taking from the evidence that's on the record. And then at pages 36 to 42, there's material taken from BC Hydro's website with respect to the marketing of EV vehicles. So I don't think there's anything in controversy around those areas, but I just want to be clear that that's in the witness aid.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weaver. Mr. Webb, I assume you have no objections to the inclusion of those materials?
Objection. No objections.
Oh, sorry.
No objections at this time. When we get to the questions around the quote new evidence, if the witnesses have any difficulties, I'm sure they'll let us know.
Thank you. So I'm not sure if people have copies of these materials yet?
Yes, that was circulated this morning around the room, and Mr. Cody has them.
I don't believe I have a copy.
Oh, Mr. Cody was given 8 copies this morning, so.
We were wondering if the temperature this morning was a consequence of BC Hydro looking to economize things and get us out of here quickly, or whether it was part of the Commission's efficiency processes. I'll get straight into the questions. I want to start with the BCUC page 44-45 utilization rates. And if we could go there.
Are you referring to the BCUC's witness aid that was filed?
BCUC witness aid,
Okay.
yes.
44 to 45.
44 and 45. It has to do with utilization rates. So I understand that utilization rates are minutes per year, calculated as a percentage.
That's correct.
And I wonder if it would be possible for you to give us hour-by-hour data and graphs of utilization rates for the 4 categories.
Hour-by-hour, existing hour-by-hour data,
Existing hour-by-hour data,
categorized by the power levels.
categorized by the power levels. It would just give us a better understanding of when this utilization is occurring.
We should be able to do that, but I am
Not now, of course.
I'm not, okay.
Just an undertaking, if you would.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you. And the same for both the urban and non-urban.
Okay.
And when we're dealing with low utilization rates, so let's use non-urban as an example, those would presumably have low revenue and higher costs, and that would affect the revenue to cost ratio for that category if we were measuring it.
Correct.
And that would represent a significantly high degree of subsidization for the non-urban in comparison to the urban.
Correct.
Good. I just wanted to clarify that. Second question. On the first page of the CEC's material, on the far right-hand side at the top, we have rates that customers pay with a -1% DAR. Can you explain what the -1% DAR is and how it works?
The DAR is referring to deferral account rate rider.
I know, yes.
Which in F24, that's -1%. So for all of BC Hydro's bills, including, regular residential or commercial bills, we apply the 1% discount in 24 on the total billed amount. So for public EV charging services rate, we apply the 1% discount after people finish their charging, and then we calculate their total charge and apply the 1%.
So is that effectively reducing the amount that the EV charging customer pays, and it's transferring it into the DAR? So the EV customer's bill is reduced?
This is Chris Sanvey. It is reducing the bill that the customer pays. I'm not sure that I would say it's transferring it into the DAR. What the DAR is representing in this case is the variance in the cost of energy variance accounts. And so the way I think about it is we set rates for public EV charging service to recover the public EV charging service revenue requirement. And then the deferral account rate rider is set to either recover or refund variances in the cost of energy that are occurring outside of that revenue requirement, because the actuals are different than forecast. And so just as we do for all other customers, in this case, we would take the approach of saying, okay, this variance has occurred, it's positive or it's negative, and we're going to charge you the DAR or refund you the DAR to make sure that you see your portion of this variance as a customer.
Okay, I think that's very helpful for me. So it's the changes in the cost of energy relative to the prices that you're charging the customers for EV. And so you're picking up that difference and either charging it or discounting it.
That's correct, except for, I think you said the cost for EV, and in this case, it really is BC Hydro's overall revenue requirement. And so BC Hydro's overall revenue requirement is set based on an assumption of what the cost of energy will be. To the extent that actuals are higher or lower than forecast, the DAR captures that, and the way that that amount is recovered or refunded to customers is based on a percentage of their overall bill that they have paid for the service they receive from BC Hydro, whether that service is, as an example, residential electricity service, or in this case, public EV charging service.
And okay, that's very helpful explanation for me, so I get it. It's the overall BC Hydro things being imputed into the EV charging rates.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Got it. And there's another account that we're using, TIRR, is it?
That's right.
And how is that working? Because you don't reference it here, you just reference DAR, but it is applicable.
It is, and it works in the same way. The reason it's not shown in this particular table is this is a fiscal 2024 table, and the trade income rate rider, the TIR, does not come into effect until fiscal 2025.
Okay.
So it would operate the same way. Again, as with all customers, you're billed your rate, and then we apply the DAR, and then starting in fiscal 2025, we apply the TIR.
Okay, so again, the TIR is an overall BC Hydro situation, and that just helps you import it into the EV charging rates.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. I'd like to discuss portfolio approach. I think the BCUC witness aid, page 3132, was referenced for that.
Yes, I'm there.
So there's some what I would consider some significant cost differences between the different power levels and the rates and utilizations and other things. I get the argument that you're using for portfolio-based rates. Is it, from BC Hydro's point of view, an option that's on the table for this process? And BC Hydro is open to going either way? Or are you adamant about being portfolio?
So certainly it's an issue that's in scope for this proceeding, and the Commission may decide to set rates on a different basis. I think our view, I would perhaps take it in two parts. Well, maybe I'll first say, I think conceptually you can depart from the portfolio-based approach in any number of ways and set different rates for different reasons. But I think about the two primary rates that you may differentiate, it would probably be by power level or by location. So with regards to by power level, I think, as we've discussed a bit today, our view is that for most power levels, with the exception of the over 200 kilowatt, that the cost of service by power level is generally similar to the proposed energy-based rate. Yes, there is some deviation there, but in our view, not too much. There is a cross-subsidization happening with regards to the level 2 stations, and we've talked in the evidence about our reasons for that in terms of making sure that level 2 charging is competitive, and that there's some equity considerations for those that don't have access to home charging. So I think our view, based on those reasons with regards to power level, would be that it should be kept at one rate across the whole portfolio, not differentiate. With regards to location, our view again is that it should be a portfolio-based approach and charge the same rate regardless of station location. And the reason we have that view primarily, I think, with regards to location is really about feelings of equity amongst communities and thinking that if we were to head down the road of charging, for example, a much higher rate in a non-urban location, recognizing the higher cost of service there, and then a lower rate in an urban location, that could lead to some feelings of inequity in more rural and remote communities as to, well, why do I have to pay a higher rate simply because I chose to live in a more rural community. So again, our position would be better to keep it portfolio-based.
Right. And would you consider that a number of the non-urban areas where you're putting in something and it has low utilization is to provide that extra level of convenience with regard to travel distance anxiety?
Yes, I think that's fair.
And isn't it fair to price in something for that level of convenience that you're providing? Isn't that a concept behind pricing?
I think that's a fair perspective, absolutely. As I mentioned, I think, I go back to the point I made earlier today, rate design's a bit of an art, and you got to prioritize different considerations. So in our case, I think, I'll perhaps admit, I think perhaps in some part because it is BC Hydro, and I feel like there is a profile that goes on with being the BC Hydro provider that we need to take into consideration as to how customers may react to BC Hydro charging them a different rate depending on where they're taking that service. And so in that vein, we felt that maintaining the postage stamp principle was important here, but that doesn't mean that there aren't reasons why you may consider pricing differently. We just didn't prioritize those reasons as much as we did the community equity reason in this case.
So I appreciate that answer for sure, and I want to add one more piece to the discussion. One of the reasons that we have postage stamp rates is because you're a monopoly, and we have a monopoly concept of fairness, that it's the same for everybody. But in the EV charging, you're not the monopoly. You're actually in the market, doing market things. So might it be fair to consider some market principles when you're coming to pricing, such as if something is $99 and other things are $30 or $60, maybe a price differentiation makes sense. Maybe added convenience has a price to it, and it's something that a business would charge a customer. Something to think about.
Absolutely, and I don't think we want to disavow the notion of price differentiation out of the gate. I think we talked about the marketing budget earlier, which is obviously more looking at price discounts, but with regards to the scenario you're raising, which may be higher prices, there are certainly reasons to do that, and I think as we go forward, there may be adjustments to rates that BC Hydro may want to explore and propose. I think, however, at this juncture, and particularly you mentioned, BC Hydro not being a monopoly in this case, and certainly that's true. However, I think if you think about some of the more rural and remote stations, it may be that BC Hydro is the only provider in some areas of those stations. And so, again, I think recognizing that case, for example, we felt it was important, at least at this stage, to say, let's not charge a station in a rural remote community, perhaps where BC Hydro is the only provider available, a higher rate, simply because it costs more if we can make it work on a portfolio basis, which we think we can.
So why would BC Hydro, being the only provider of something that's of high significance as value to a customer, be a reason? I mean, that's a monopoly thinking and not a business thinking. So I think we've agreed that those kind of concepts can be up for debate here. Certainly I'm going to be arguing them, so we can have the debate in the argument, and it'll be for the commission to decide. I appreciate the discussion.
Me as well, thank you.
Turning to the market discussion, I've understood from the past that the Commission has had a position, and I think BC Hydro was in agreement with it, that with regard to EV charging, if the market can do it, we should be trying to enable the market to do it. And that BC Hydro is there, much like DSM, to encourage things to get to where they need to get to.
Yes, that's correct. So I think the way that we would characterize it is that BC Hydro's involvement in the EV fast charging market is to facilitate the build out of infrastructure. We're not going into this, it certainly may occur in some cases as a byproduct, but we're not going into this saying, we want to compete with everybody and that's what we're setting out to do. It really is, we're trying to build the infrastructure that will facilitate the targets that the government has, for example, with regards to its Clean BC plan, and to the extent that the market is able to help achieve those targets, that would influence the extent to which BC Hydro would deploy towards those targets.
That's great, and that is second set of questions, and you've more or less confirmed it, that you'd be planning to facilitate moving to market and assisting in the transition. We're really there to get the climate goals achieved and to get the whole process of energy transition for transportation moving at a pace that it needs to move at to meet these kinds of objectives.
Yes.
Great. I just want to turn to page 4 in CEC exhibit. And we're just referencing deployment plan. And I'm looking at the graphic clearly displaying the non-urban and urban differential and the growth. And the question that arises for me is, given the low utilization rates, is there any way that BC Hydro can be more efficient in this non-urban deployment?
Yeah, the non-urban deployment is largely driven by the geographical connectivity. The government has set a target for the summer for 2024 to have electrical vehicle charging across the province, and so we're delivering on that. We may also anticipate, which we have done here, that Some of the parameters may change over time. Like right now, for example, for the electrical highway charging, there should be no more distance than 150 kilometers between charging stations. But over time that may evolve as well, depending on a variety of factors. So the non-urban area is largely driven by making sure there's provincial coverage, basically.
Right. So that geographic distribution is primarily about availability.
Yeah, availability for making sure that people can travel, but also that other parts of the province, start increasing the adoption of EVs over time.
Certainly, yeah. Okay. But you do have plans to put in higher power, more expensive equipment, etc. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to be more efficient than you are planning, or whether or not you would be willing to continue to look at it to see if it can be more efficient.
Yeah, whenever we deploy stations, we're always looking at ways to make it more efficient, obviously, and particularly looking at getting the right type of station at the location, and definitely be considering cost of that as well, and potential utilization and revenues that come from that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Just turning over to page 5. In the first paragraph down from the response, objectives of encouraging electric vehicle adoption. At this point, the government has a mandate for electric vehicle adoption that's being imposed on the new sales.
Yes, there's a Zero Emission Vehicle Act that sets out targets for how do sales and the percentage of which must be zero emission.
So that certainly is defining the encouraging, and you have less need to encourage. Those things are going to be met by legislation and regulation.
Yes, and you're right. That's one of the mechanisms. I think what we're trying to say here is that we definitely wouldn't want to be a barrier for people to make that switch sooner than later, and so we don't want to become an obstacle, with that overall government goal in mind.
Right. And then meeting customers' charging needs. Can you help me understand what you mean by meeting customers' charging needs?
Yeah, that means a variety of things, obviously. The public infrastructure is there for a variety of reasons. One is for people that travel, outside, of the area where they live, being able to charge because they may not be able to charge at home. There's obviously also customers that are not able to charge at home at all because they don't have those facilities. And so in that case, they will need to charge at public charging infrastructure locations. So there's multiple needs for that.
And that's availability. If I'm buying an EV and I have other compromises of some kind, you're in a position to make that available where the market isn't currently making it available.
That's correct.
And that encourages what the government is after, et cetera. Okay, I understand. And then the needs and full cost recovery. So as I look at what you're planning, you're not planning full cost recovery for quite some period of time.
So with regards to the levelized rate, which is levelized over 10 years, it under-recovers for the first 8 and over-recovers for the latter 2.
Yep. Okay. Moving over to page 6, government incentives. At this point, would the capital costs for a market player be the same as BC Hydro, or would the market find it more difficult? Is there a level playing field with regard to the cost of capital in informing how the market will go about providing things versus how BC Hydro would?
Well, we don't have insight to what providers specifically would be paying for the equipment they're buying. I think two things we can say that might get to the point you're making, Mr. Craig, with regards to level playing field, is that exempt EV providers are eligible for the same government funding mechanisms that BC Hydro is eligible for. They are also able to monetize low carbon fuel credits, just as BC Hydro is able to do.
And for the table that I've got showing here, it's all of those, federal, top-up, Clean BC?
That's correct. And for each of those, there are particular criteria that each provider, including BC Hydro, would need to meet to be able to tap into those funds.
Okay. That's great. I'm going to move over to page 7. Dealing with a couple of things that came up in the BCUC aid, so page 37 in the BCUC aid. There was a discussion regarding the cost effectiveness of the faster charging, higher powered ones. Can you give me an outline at this point as to what's in your cost effectiveness analysis? And/or as an undertaking, can you file the full analysis discussion, or both?
I think when we use the term cost effectiveness in the response to BCUC IR 1.33.1, it was just simply referring to the fact that the forecast cost of service declines, as generally speaking, as you go to higher power levels. So there wasn't any particular analysis or meaning of the behind the term more than that just on the basis of the Excel model and the inputs into the Excel model, the forecast cost of service overall is lower at higher levels, power levels than for the lower power levels.
Well, on page 37, it seems to be higher at higher power levels from the midpoint. Or have I missed something? And lower power levels from the mid-level are more expensive. So it seems to be more U-shaped.
So you're correct that there is the 28.15 cents there for 50 to 100 is lower than the power level just above it and just below it. And so, and perhaps you should have been more clear. That was what we were trying to recognize when we used the word generally, that it's not an absolute trend in that direction, but that generally, when you look at the lower power levels of level 2 and 25 kilowatt, that the higher power levels above that are generally more cost effective, with the exception, of course, when we get to the 200 kilowatt, which we've talked about already in terms of the robustness of that data. But you're correct that if we were to be more exact, 25 to 50 is more cost effective, for example, than up to 25, but 50 to 100 is more cost effective than the power level just above that and the power level just below that.
And it would be possible in doing cost effectiveness analysis to go beyond what you've thought about and look at how it impacts across the whole business set of costs and these things.
I think our view would be that that's what we've done with the 10-year deployment plan, that we've looked at the costs of various stations and how we've modeled that, and we've tried to deploy in a way that we see as being cost effective while meeting the other drivers that we need to meet, just in terms of location coverage, for example, as well as notably, I would say, level 2 coverage, which obviously does not necessarily have the same cost effectiveness drivers, but there are other drivers that for deploying level 2 that we've spoken to in the application.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Thank you for that. Just something that came up on the BCUC witness aid page 14. It's item 1 after now therefore the BCUC orders. And you're saying that it would pursue on an interim basis non-refundable and non-recoverable?
Yes.
I just wanted to understand that. If it's non-refundable and non-recoverable, is that essentially effectively permanent?
So I think we discussed a bit earlier, our intent with using the term non-refundable and non-recoverable was to try to be clear that under BC Hydro's proposal, we would not be seeking to go back to a customer that had consumed kilowatt hours of public EV charging service previously and say, well, that kilowatt hour you consumed actually costs more, and so we're going to try and recoup that from you. We were not intending to imply that we wouldn't seek to get the difference from the class. And so in terms of whether it's interim or it's permanent, I mean, I think the rates are clearly interim in the sense that the Commission has said they are interim, and that has created the expectation and the obligation upon BC Hydro to bring forward an application for permanent rates. Are they interim in the sense that a customer that paid the interim rate will need to pay the difference at some future date? I think we've articulated reasons why practically that's in some cases impossible to do, and in other cases, in our view, quite undesirable to do.
So at the granular level of customer by customer, it's just administratively inefficient and inappropriate. And at the class level, that's how we do it with everything else in all the other classes as well.
That's correct. At the class level, I think it is an interim rate that will be recovered or refunded within the class. At the individual customer level, it would not be recovered or refunded at the individual customer level as BC Hydro has proposed.
That's great. Thank you. That helps me understand that better. The interim rate, I think I've heard you say that that's to be decided coming out of this proceeding. you're looking for approval of it in this proceeding?
I think we are looking for interim approval of interim time-based rates, as we mentioned earlier, primarily so that BC Hydro is able to charge for level 2 chargers and 180 kilowatt dual part chargers in this interim period prior to having permanent rates. We already have the interim rates on a time-based basis for the other power levels.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, over to page 8. So this has to do with marketing and marketing plans. It seems to me that the service you're providing is a convenience in terms of meeting an EV owner's need for charging under particular circumstances. The difference being that it's much cheaper for them to charge at home or in some other circumstances, but there are circumstances when you don't have access to that, or it's not convenient, or whatever. So it's a need that helps EV owners be able to handle all circumstances.
Yep, that's correct.
And therefore, as we've discussed a little bit before, price is not the driving factor. It's something they need, so they pay the price to get what they need, in general.
Obviously, those customers, will go to where they find the best price or the best value for their money. So in this competitive market, they will go to, a place where they find that optimal point for them. And so, as long as we're, in the ballpark where what other providers, are, and I think, that would attract obviously people to use the stations, but if we put that price, too high, then obviously utilization would go down, and competitors, would see higher utilization as a result of that.
Which is not a bad thing, in that you're encouraging the market to be able to be a provider. But in terms of where you're going and running your business, you want to at least be up at the level with competitors. At any rate, the question is more about the customer needs the service and will pay the price for the service.
They will pay obviously what they feel is reasonable, and as people decide to whether or not to switch to an EV, they look at all the costs. So to the extent that public charging costs would be very high, that may hold customers back of making that switch. So I think it is important to provide a reasonable cost for people that need to rely upon public charging.
Right. With that foundation, I want to look at the marketing budget proposal and go to page 6 of your document that you distributed this morning. So on that marketing proposal, I want to try a completely different way of thinking about this. Bullet point 1, overnight or off-peak charging discount. So I get why there's a value to a discount, but if you're implementing an incentive why not think about it the other way around, that you add a charge for being on peak and not a discount? To your business model, if you were adding the charge and not the discount, you won't have an expenditure. You'll be adding revenue to those people who absolutely need to be on peak, and the other people will have the difference that you were looking for in the first place. So is that a change of thinking concept that you might consider?
I think that's a fair concept. And again, in terms of what we're seeking approval of in this proceeding, we're not seeking approval of particular concepts. So absolutely a full time-based rate concept where there's a higher on-peak charge and lower off-peak or overnight charges is another pricing model that BC Hydro could look at as perhaps to begin with as a temporary proposal that gets put forward. I think even in that case, the marketing budget conceptually is helpful because again, I think in that situation, we're probably would need to be making assumptions about how customer behavior would change in response to that time-based rate, likely on the basis of not very robust data. And so again, the marketing budget would provide a cushion that perhaps could provide some comfort to the Commission to approve something on a temporary basis to see how it goes and know that, well, in the event that BC Hydro's assumptions are off base and customers shift more to the discounted periods than the higher priced on-peak periods, at least that revenue loss has been accounted for.
I'd like to come back to the overall marketing budget, but I just want to get through the bullet points and then come back to it. And I hear the point you're making, and I have a counter thought to add to it. The monthly subscription in order to obtain lower rates, why not a premium for those who aren't on monthly subscription and not a discount? Same thinking again.
So again, a fair concept, obviously, that we need to explore. If we look at the market, though, for this particular concept, is we're both in the US as well as in Canada. Mostly what we see other providers doing, and here in Canada, Electrify Canada, is where they charge a membership fee, and then for those members, a lower price, basically. And so, but it's a valid point, and so as we're going to explore these items, we'll be definitely looking at this.
It's the same concept, but how you go about doing it over top of your cost rates, where you are specifically not recovering costs for 8 years. If you, now turning to the budget concept, if you simply implement these as premium charges, and there's a number of things that are more premium than others, then you can simply implement them with the Commission's permission, and you don't need a budget to go studying things and determine whether it might work or not. You'll find out whether or not it works. So you don't need necessarily $6 million to explore this. These are pricing concepts that can be implemented.
So as Mr. Jansen indicated, I think we understand and agree with the counter concept you're presenting, Mr. Craig. I think a challenge that we can foresee with it, though, is if you think about it, so let's just set the marketing budget aside for a second and pretend that the Commission sets permanent rates with no marketing budget in them. In that scenario, if BC Hydro were to say to the Commission, well, we want to charge a premium to customers who aren't a member of our EV charging network to try to encourage customers to sign up for our EV charging network. Well, now that premium is on a 10-year levelized basis over collecting against the revenue requirement. And so our intent with building this budget in was just to have something that was part of the original calculation. Now, that being said, I think I don't want to preclude and certainly recognize that part of the understanding that we could have going forward with regards to these temporary proposals would be to ask the question each time, BC Hydro, have you thought about how to do this on a premium versus discount basis? Have you thought about how to do this on a revenue neutral basis? Those sorts of questions. And I think those are fair questions to ask of us when we bring these things forward, and to have BC Hydro demonstrate either why we did or didn't do that, and therefore why the marketing budget is or isn't needed. As Mr. Jansen indicated, part of our rationale in some of those cases may be that if the market is doing it a certain way, we may feel that we need to follow suit in order to have the same effect.
Sorry about that. Yes, that would be useful, and I think it's in the context where you're not recovering requirements for 8 years, so it's worth thinking about how to go about it differently. And you may need $6 million, you may need more than $6 million to cover all kinds of other events that are going to happen in the next 10 years. So I'm not advocating paring it all down, quite the reverse. I'm advocating higher prices that reflect the kinds of costs that the market that you're comparing against, the markets that you're comparing against when you're marketing to people, are things that are part of the pricing, more from a business pricing sense than the revenue requirement pricing sense. And there'll be other reasons that I come back to why that's a good idea. So very much appreciate the discussion on that. Going over to page 11. So the NACS connectors, that's a cost that you're absorbing. We've had discussion about that, so I understand that. And it's a cost caused by a change that's come about since you started this process. And the EV market is going to be going through all kinds of changes. This won't be the only one. Can we agree on that?
Yes, absolutely.
And just turning over the page, an example of a Tesla supercharging network station. Things can change not only at a charging station, but in other ways in terms of how distributed energy, such as solar energy or wind energy, might come in to provide services with battery technology, et cetera. And there's emerging technology for the EV batteries that is reputed to be becoming accessible and enabling 5 to 10 minute charging. And so we may see a number of things coming that will impact the charging service, impact the customers and what they may have access to, where and how, et cetera. So at this point, your modeling doesn't focus on allowing anything for these type of things. If there's changes that come in that add more cost to your structure, you'll be before the commission to represent. That wasn't in our original proposal, and here's what it takes to meet those needs.
I take the point you're making in general, Mr. Craig, but I think what I would add is the challenge, obviously, when setting rates is that you have to set them based on a point estimate, and though you have to have, when we're talking about the various inputs and assumptions, you have to pick a point for each of those things in order to set a rate. So what we did in the application, recognizing that, okay, on the one hand, you've got to pick a point, and on the other hand, there's lots of uncertainty and lots of things could change, is we came up with the high-end sensitivity and the low-end sensitivity scenarios to try and represent reasonable bookends. And our intent in doing that was to try to say to the commission, look, we think that if you set permanent rates based on the reference case, that you can be reasonably assured that should things go worse or better, that the resulting revenue to cost ratio is not going to be drastically far off the 100% that you're aiming for in the reference case. And so I believe in the high-end sensitivity scenario, it's about 120%. So obviously higher, but again, not 150, not 200, reasonably close. Same thing with the low-end sensitivity. I believe it's more around the 60% range, but if you adjust for the stations in non-urban areas, recognizing the commission's point in its earlier decision that perhaps it would make sense to take a different approach to those stations and how those stations are subsidized or not, which is not what we've done in this application, but might be something that we decide to do if we were in that kind of a scenario where the costs were quite high and the revenues were lower. Then I think you ended up about 80%. So our view would be, yes, lots of uncertainty, but if you have a low-end sensitivity with that adjustment that shows 80% and a high-end sensitivity that shows about 120%, then reasonable assurance that the permanent rates set on the reference case will be somewhat robust against the uncertainties that I agree we know will unfold as we go.
Okay, so taking that discussion over onto page 13, we have the sensitivities here. And you mentioned that 80% on the downside and 120 on the upside would be a nice balance. But here, it's 42% on the downside and 18% on the upside. So the rate class, I just want to confirm, is medium general service and large general service, commercial customer group.
Sorry, I didn't understand that last point. The rate class is medium general service, you said?
Yeah. Well, you're proposing that some of it will be medium general service and some of it will be large?
So with regards to which rate class this would be its own standalone public EV charging service rate class, consistent with the direction the Commission gave in its previous decision. If you're referring to how we calculate electricity costs, we apply the applicable general service rate according to various different considerations, which we've detailed in our response to BCUC IR 1.26.2.
Right, I understood it's its own rate class, yeah. Nevertheless, there's a significantly greater downside than upside, at least as it's being represented. And could we at least agree that a 40% risk to the revenue to cost ratio of the implementation, if it's realized, would be significant to that customer rate paying group?
You're coming just specifically from the unit class, or you're coming from the commercial sector in terms of the efficiency?
Yes, I think that's a fair characterization, again, with the caveat that I mentioned earlier, and I'm just trying to find the reference here where we explain this approach. Yeah, so it's Chapter 5 of the application, where we talk about the direction that the commission gave in their previous decision, or sorry, I shouldn't say direction. Perhaps comment may be a more appropriate term that the commission made in the previous decision, where they said in Order G1822, they said further, there is a greater public expectation that BC Hydro as a Crown-owned utility should provide subsidized charging services. The panel has found subsidized rates to not be in the public interest where the market is served by exempt providers. However, if there is evidence to support a lack of services in more remote locations, it may be appropriate for the BCUC to consider a different approach to EV rates and the subsidization of rates in those areas. And then in Chapter 5, BC Hydro states, with regards to that comment by the Commission on page 5-6, that we haven't taken the approach of taking a different approach to the stations that are serving underserved areas that perhaps other providers don't serve. But with regards to the low-end sensitivity, our view is that in the event that BC Hydro found itself in that kind of a scenario, where we were seeing costs and revenues along the lines of the low-end sensitivity, that we would go to the Commission and say, given what we're seeing in terms of the costs and revenues, we think that it would be appropriate to carve out these stations in these underserved areas and treat them differently in terms of how they might be subsidized. And as a order of magnitude representation of what that looks like from a revenue to cost ratio perspective, we took out the non-urban stations. Now that's not apples to apples the same thing, but just for sake of argument, we made that adjustment. And if you make that adjustment, the resulting revenue to cost ratio jumps by about 20 percentage points in the low end sensitivity to around that 80% mark that I referenced earlier.
Very helpful clarification for me. Thank you. On the reference case, there was a previous discussion that the rate change associated with the drop in that revenue to cost ratio is about 0.3 cents, I think, kilowatt hour. And if in the decision the Commission were to make that change, that wouldn't be a problem for BC Hydro?
No, that would be fine.
Okay, so I'm over to page 16. And this is where I got MGS, LGS from, and it comes out of your document. But should I take it that this is all related to the rate class that we've been talking about? New rate class?
The table on page 16 here specifically was used to estimate the electricity cost for all different power level stations. So for the fast charging stations between 50 to 100 kilowatt, those stations, we calculated a blended average general service rate to allocate to these level stations. And then this blended average was calculated based on the mix of ports during that year. And there was a number of port per site assumption that we used in the model to calculate that. So these percentages here represent that weighted average ratio that we used for the calculation of electricity cost.
Great, that helps me understand where that's come from and why I was a little confused about it. Is it possible for you to provide the costs for the 35 to 150 kilowatt chargers and the over 150 kilowatt chargers?
So for the cost for over 150 kilowatt chargers, we simply apply the large general service rate. And then for the cost under 35 kilowatt, that would be the level 2 and 25 kilowatt stations. I think it's just we apply the small general service. So it's anywhere in between, we apply the blended average. And then, so the blended average is not a one specific number. We actually calculated that by urban versus non-urban stations, and based on the mix of the number of ports at each power level for that year. So it's a different number throughout the 10-year period.
Good. I get that on the electricity rate charges related to those. And what about the capital costs for chargers in the 35 to 150 range and for the over 150 range? Are you able to provide the capital costs?
That information is in the model and it was provided to the BCUC, but the information is confidential because it's commercial sensitive.
Is it possible to give us the multiple difference between them as a generic answer without giving us the actual information?
We're not immediately certain whether we could or not, but we if you like, Mr. Craig could undertake to take that away, see if we could do that in the way that you describe, and if we can, we're happy to do that.
Yeah, I think it's potentially neutral enough that it doesn't give away your secret, but it gives me useful information to deal with the case as I'm looking at it. So if you can be helpful on that front, that would be great.
Mr. Craig, I'm just cognizant that we've been at it now for 2 hours since we came back from lunch. I'm wondering whether we could actually just break for 15 minutes and come back
Absolutely.
at 3:20.
Absolutely.
And give the
Madam
witnesses
Chair.
a break. They may have the opportunity as well to look into your question that you just posed right now, whether that's feasible or not. All right?
Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we'll come back at 3:20. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Craig.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 17 on the CC guide. The table at the bottom comes from your spreadsheet. I just want to point out, if I use the revenue to cost item at the bottom of the table, and you look at your 10-year summary, $2 million exceeds nothing like the total from across the table. And I take it that it should be the total from across the table. And I believe the same thing happens for a few of the other items up the table. It's not particularly consequential, but I just wanted you to be aware that.
We are aware of that. That's because on the 10-year level, we did an MPV of the values across the years.
The 10-year represents the NPVs?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And the discount rate you used for that?
6%.
6%. Just over the page is a graphical representation that I produced from that same data. So I think it's fairly clear that it represents the data, but it's open for you to check. And if there's any objections, of course, we deal with that. But it's just easier for me to see it graphically and understand it. So coming at this as a discussion from an operating business, we wouldn't expect an operating business to see no profits for 8 years and then something that's potentially uncertain happening 2 years at the very end of 10 years. Would you agree that that's not a normal thing that you'd expect a business to be engaged in doing?
I guess I would perhaps hesitate to characterize what one business or another attempts to do, but maybe another way to answer it would be to say that I don't think BC Hydro is strictly approaching this as a business arrangement. We are approaching this first and foremost, I think, from the perspective that we've been given a mandate from the government of BC to play a certain role in this space. We've also been given clear parameters from the Commission in terms of the type of rate that they are prepared to set or approve. And what we're trying to do in this application is be consistent between those two things. And happily, we think we've been able to do that and put forward a proposal that does that. But I would say those are our two drivers. We have a mandate from government. We have parameters from the Commission in terms of the kind of rate they're prepared to set. And we're attempting to be able to do both.
And I understand that. And when we started this discussion, we were talking about the market competition and transitioning all of this to the market competition. So when operating like this without some element of significant business operation principles in play, I would suggest that has an effect on the market competition. If there's a significant player in the market operating in this fashion, it may be difficult for that market to move into a significant role alongside you. So if that's one of the things we're concerned about, You've mentioned two other principles. I think it might be useful to have that third principle in discussion with the commission.
I take the point you're making. What I would say is, I think that risk exists more from the perspective of if BC Hydro were to be undercutting the market, then that makes it difficult for a market to develop if BC Hydro was undercutting that market. And indeed, I think that was a key reason why the Commission set the parameter that it did in terms of saying, BC Hydro, you should have cost-based rates on a levelized basis. I don't think that's a risk here, and perhaps as one way of thinking about that, what I would reference is the Commission in its response, the Commission in its preamble to BCUCIR 1.37.1 put on the record at the time the most recent energy-based rates that Tesla was charging. And at the time, those rates ranged from 10 cents per kilowatt hour to 47 cents per kilowatt hour. We've since checked the updated rates, and the updated range is now about 10 cents to 38 cents that Tesla is currently charging. And so if you think about BC Hydro's proposed rate of about 34 cents, we're on the upper end of certainly Tesla is not the only provider, but they are a dominant one of what Tesla is currently charging. So I think the risk of BC Hydro undercutting the market from that perspective is low, given that we're more on the upper end of what we're seeing from the market, at least if we're comparing to Tesla.
And I think in looking at the evidence you presented, you showed the different competitors, and I think Tesla was one of the smallest in terms of its size relative to the others.
No, Tesla is actually the largest EV public charging provider. They're very small on the level 2 space because they primarily focus on level 3s, but they definitely have the largest market share there.
Oh, that may have been the data that I was looking at was level 2 then. Yeah.
Possibly.
Okay. Turning over to page 19. I believe it's correct that the capital investment in the charging stations you're amortizing, is it over 40 years or 45 years?
For the connection cost, we are amortizing that over 45 years, and that's the average amortization period for BC Hydro's distribution assets.
For the connection costs, what about the capital invested in the
for the EV
stations?
Charging stations, we're amortizing that over 7 years.
Over 7 years. Okay. That's helpful to my understanding. Thank you. So when I look at the financing costs, are you finished financing at the end of 10 years? Or is that an ongoing set of financing costs?
It would be an ongoing set of financing cost.
So as a financing cost, it represents a capital investment. So the ongoing nature of that is more connection costs than it is the stations themselves.
We will continue to install stations.
Right. Okay. So it's both.
It's both.
Okay. So if I take a stream of financing costs and divide by your WACC, and it gives me an approximation of a level of capital investment in the $250 million range, is that a reasonable amount, or it's certainly not a precise calculation, and I don't have the actual numbers. I just wanted to understand approximately.
We haven't done the math, but generally speaking, yes, we think that's fair.
Yeah, and I'm not looking at it as precise. I'm just trying to get sort of general order of magnitude that there's a significant amount of capital there on an ongoing basis. And in terms of the stations, as the financing cost sort of tapers off, is that your plan to have tapered off by the end of 10 years in terms of numbers of stations and ports and other things that are in play?
Yes, Mr. Jensen here. So in chapter 4, on page 4.8, the graph reflects that at this point we expect a ramp up and then a tapering off at that point, and then dependent on the market situation, obviously, what other service providers do, how the market is growing, those things. The deployment plan, will likely change over time, obviously, and we'll have to update that.
Sure. Yeah, I would expect that. Turning over now to page 20, I'm just looking at the financial performance and move over to page 21. I'd like to ignore the data that's in the table there, because I subsequently used the same table to add some proximate scenarios of raising 3% more than you have done to adding 15% and then -3 in order to have it come back to the same point that you're finishing up on, and producing 2 other scenarios with higher amounts in order to recover more funds than you're recovering. Not to pin down any particular scenario, but are you open to the Commission looking at determining a scenario that's different from the one that you've presented, for whatever reasons are put forward and whatever reasons they may determine?
Just to clarify, when you're talking about 3% more and 15 and 5 and so forth, it talks about that's with regards to the proposed rates. So a 3% higher rate, 5% higher rate. Is that?
It could be implemented through the rates. So what I do in order to produce it is take the line base and add those percentages to the base to run them up to 15%, and then deduct them to get down to 0 at the end.
And the line base representing?
The base in revenue presumably represents what you're charging for, right?
I see what you're saying. So the revenue baseline and then going off of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I would make 2 points on that. I think what we've tried to do in this application is say, here's a construct. So the construct is portfolio-based rates over a 10-year levelized period. And certainly there are reasons, we've discussed some of them, as to why the Commission may decide that construct makes sense, or the Commission may decide to vary that concept, perhaps deviate from the portfolio-based in some ways, be more specific, et cetera. Once you've, I think, decided on the construct itself, then there is the assumptions upon which you set the rates within that construct. And we've indicated the assumptions that we've made in the model. We've explained why we think they're reasonable. Certainly there are other viewpoints as to certain assumptions and whether different assumptions could be used. So in that context, I would say we expect that the Commission in their decision would evaluate the merits of the construct that we proposed and evaluate the merits of the assumptions we've put forward and decide accordingly. With regards to the level the rates are set at specifically, that I think is an outcome of that process. What I would say there, however, is I'd go back to the Tesla rates I was quoting a moment ago, and the point that BC Hydro's proposed rates are about 34 cents a kilowatt hour, and Tesla has this range of 10 cents to 38 cents. And so would just reference back to that as a caution that to the extent that the resulting rate for BC Hydro starts to edge out of that upper end of the range of 38 cents, that may be a point at which the extent to which BC Hydro is competitive or not with the market starts to become a concern.
Does Tesla compete by locating in areas that you're locating in response to you locating in those areas?
Not necessarily in response to us locating in a particular area, but obviously, users will be looking at what is convenient. And as the market matures, you see more service providers, obviously, just like gas stations today, see a lot closer together. So I think it's inevitable that at some point, service providers are going to be more closely to each other compared to obviously today.
And Tesla has an interest in expanding charging in order to expand its sales.
Yeah, the comparison is made with Tesla here is because, with Tesla, we're able to compare the kilowatt hour rates. Other service providers have not yet come out with the energy-based rates. We anticipate that to come out, in the near future. But that's why Mr. Senfei is able to make that comparison with Tesla and not with other providers at this point.
Okay. Just in the market that you're competing against, is Tesla low in the market relative to many, if not all, of the others?
I think in the BC Old Age Pensioners Organization IR 117.4.2, we laid out the prices in the market compared to the BC Hydro prices. From that table, you see that some providers have slightly higher prices, other providers have slightly lower prices. So I think, based on that BC Hydro's current time-based rates are kind of, in the middle.
Okay, I'm going to come to reviewing something that was put on the record with regard to that a little bit later. But can you give me that IR?
Yes, that was BC Old Age Pensioners Organization IR 1.17.4.2.
Great. Okay. We'll review this other information a little bit later. Thank you for that. Just going to page 24, looking at the impacts on BC Hydro's peak power requirements. Is it possible to get the information about where the charging is occurring that may affect BC Hydro's peak and get the degree of impact on BC Hydro's peak as information?
I think previously we had committed to undertake to provide the hourly data. Would this be something different than that, just to clarify what you're expecting, or would you?
Hourly data with respect to peak, or hourly generally? Average hourly for a year, or?
So let me clarify. So previously you asked for hourly utilization data by power levels. So for those, we plan to provide you with the annual average hourly.
And that's what I would look for there, yes.
Yeah. And then for this specific incident, you are asking for the peak impact. So I would assume that's winter month for CP for our.
I think hourly for the winter months would give us some sense of peak.
Yes, we can provide that.
And if it's individual months, because the peak is more frequently in December and January.
Yes, we can provide that.
Okay, that would be fabulous, thanks. And generally, are the stations largely vacant overnight?
Yeah, our lower, it was answered in one of the IRs, but from memory, the lower utilization is between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. in the morning, I think, with the lowest utilization hitting around 3 a.m. in the morning.
And they're more likely to be used through the day, presumably not as much in the early part of the day.
That's correct.
And so
give me a moment. Let me see if I can find that IR.
And they're more likely to be hitting sometime around the evening peak, a bit before that and a bit afterwards. I'm just looking for the general view. We'll get the data in the answer to the undertaking. So.
Yeah, in general, I mean, I can say between noon and 5 o'clock, that's where the highest peaks are. In non-urban area, the highest peak is around noon, and I believe for urban areas it's around 3 o'clock. Subject to check with that particular IR.
That's great. That's useful. Now, just looking for the generic view. Once we get the data, that we'll argue from the data. Over to page 26. On the stock of EVs, the data that you're using for the reference, is that all EVs, all types?
Yes, that includes all types of electrical vehicles, so plug-in EVs as well as
BEV, plug-in EV, and also HEV.
Yes.
Okay. So out of this, you'd be looking at only the plug-in ones that would be looking at fast charging.
The battery electrical.
The BEV ones as well, yes.
The BEV.
Both of those are plug-in, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the data over the page is looking at only plug-in growth for that time period. And there's a similarity to the nature of the data, but it's different data. So I just wanted to confirm that as you pick out your forecast, you're doing your forecast relative to your past experience? and how that past experience relates to this stock number.
So for the EV stock forecast that is in the page 26 here,
Yeah.
this information is used to calculate the utilization ramp up during the 10-year period. And then this information, based on our observation, BC Hydro assumed that the utilization of our charging stations will ramp up according to the growth of EV stock, but we apply a discount factor of 1.4 to account for other service providers, as well as BC Hydro will be building more stations. And then, so from a historical point, looking back at the past 3 years, we observe other like overall in BC, the charging stations grew by approximately 40% on average, as well as we look back at the past 3 year BC Hydro charging station utilization growth, it pretty closely aligned to that EV stock growth discount by 1.4. So that's what the information was used for here.
That's helpful for discounting for others. And you said one other category, was there?
So the 40% represent that in the past 3 years in BC, the number of charging port growth year over year on average is about 40% per year.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a combination of past experience and discounting for others in the market.
Correct.
Okay. That's all there. Let's go to 28. So when you're marketing your services, do you provide comparisons to other things that might be relevant to the customers as to why they should use your services?
We don't do a direct comparison. I mean, we do have a cost calculator for people that want to consider switching over to EV, so they're able to do some calculations on what it costs to drive an EV, and that's more to incent them to switch over to driving an EV vehicle.
So if you were to be communicating to the customers about the relative comparative options that they have, would that be useful information to those customers?
Well, that information is available and published on Plug, Share, and Charge Hub, basically. So when we have stations that are commissioned, we put that information on those applications, basically. So the customer is definitely able to see that and being able to make those comparisons, and probably look at other factors as well on location and other convenience factors for them as they look at that.
And do you communicate directly with the customers charging at your stations? Presumably the ones that are on your network?
Yeah, occasionally we do send out newsletters to our members, for sure.
Okay, that's great. And, over to page 29. I've just taken the rate data that's provided in your spreadsheet. I think you'll find that the data is the same, and derived the percentage changes in the rates over time, and they're the same in every category. So I just want to confirm that that's your understanding of the rate percentage changes that are embedded in your models.
They generally look right, but subject to check.
Yeah, fair enough, subject to check, and they, when I use Microsoft's average, they average out at 3% each of them for the year, but the latter years are all below a level of inflation, or generally thought to be inflation.
It's Chris Samvey. I would just add, Mr. Craig, if it's helpful, what you're deriving here and agree these numbers appear correct is BC Hydro's most recent general rate increase forecast. So what's happening is the rates are being increased by the general rate increases that we expect to happen in future RAs, and that forecast is what you're seeing here.
Very helpful background for me, and I understand where those have come from now. Thank you. And when we were talking about the overall stock, and Hydro's anticipation for its share of market. This graphic on the correlation between registered vehicles in BC and your charging station sessions, is that part of what you're referring to when you said that your recent 4 years of experience was part of what you bring into your forecast?
Correct. Correct.
And so that you're taking into account 4 years would cover most of this graph, the dotted line, essentially.
The dotted line shows the trend. The solid blue line shows the actual utilization.
Oh, on mine, it's all black. So which one's the blue line?
The one that curves a little bit.
The one that changes.
Yep, that shows the.
That's your actual sessions.
That's our actual.
Right. And so you've run an average through that.
It's a trend, like we did.
A trend, yeah. And it's that sort of data that you're using to forecast.
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that that trend contains a significant period of time when you weren't charging? And then later, for the latter couple of years, there's a trend, there's a different trend that would cover what the experience is in the latter couple of years.
So this is not the entire duration we look at. At the time we filed, which was July 2023, we had a couple extra quarters after this graph here that we were able to factor in.
A couple of extra quarters. So my point would still be valid. There's a point where I can draw a line down here where the pricing changed. And if you're going back 4 years for making your adjustment, that adjustment contains some period of time when it was free and some period of time when it had a higher cost.
Correct. The reference period includes the free time, and then, but after our customers got used to the charge, we saw the utilization started to come back.
Right. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And over the page in an IR response, essentially confirming, I think, what you've said, that free is not the only consideration, and the customers have come back, and you don't have specific data, but that sounds like a reasonable assumption. And we can see it in the data.
Yes.
So my contention out of that is that that's reflecting the point we discussed earlier, that you're providing a convenience and a need, and the behavior of customers is reacting to that. They need it to be available, and if it has a price, they'll react to the price momentarily, but they take the service that they need.
Yeah, it's Mr. Jensen here. And I think in Appendix D2, page 19, as we survey our customers, I think that was well reflected. I think in the first year in 2021, customers said there was a 50% drop of people, using the service, and then the following year it reduced to only 38%. So I think that data reflects that.
And over the page in an IR response, customer surveys indicate that the convenience is a key reason for them using your services.
Absolutely.
And a similar thing is reflected in an IR over the page. So don't need to go into the detail. We're just confirming that point.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay. So over now to page 33. This one is looking at, in the response, charging at home is considerably cheaper, $11.44 to $14.08, depending which rates you happen to be on, in the answer to the IR. Agreed?
I think, yeah, if you're looking for a confirmation, I mean, the response demonstrates that it is less costly to charge at home than at public charging stations, yes.
And then in the following material, we have BC Hydro's time-based and energy-based rate calculations by charging station level.
Correct.
And if I take the annual levels for those, that would be representative of your cost. And in the table just below, I've got your indication of some of the market players. And it appears to me that almost all those market players have higher costs than you do. And I take from our earlier discussion, Tesla isn't in here, and Tesla would have lower costs.
Yeah, I'm just going to refer to a little bit larger response, which was the same IR I referenced earlier. So British Columbia Old Age Pensioners Organization IR 118.1, where we lay out, for the different providers at the time, what Hydro is charging and other providers, basically. So as I go through the list, BC Hydro is higher than the Ministry of Transportation, Chilliwack, Volkswagen, City of North Vancouver was slightly higher, pretty much the same as City of Vancouver, based on this. Electrify Canada for the 50 kilowatts were 50 to 100 were about the same. And then indeed for this BC Hydro is lower, Metro Vancouver Burnaby, lower, similar to the Nanaimo Airport one, a bit higher than the Parklands Front one, lower than the Shell one. So yeah, I mean the list goes on, obviously. So I think some are higher, some are lower, and so I think it's a mix. That's what I get from it.
Okay, and that's all my questions. I want to thank the BC Hydro panel for an excellent discussion from my point of view, and really appreciate the forthcoming nature and just the ability to have the discussion in this context. I want to thank the Commission for the ability to be here in the Streamlined Review Process and your patience in listening to the whole process. And turn it over to Chris for final closing argument.
No argument.
No closing arguments.
No.
Sorry, Mr. Weaver.
And Mr. Craig has been very thorough. I'd just like to follow up on one sort of general topic, and it was discussion earlier around the role of BC Hydro in developing the market. And I take it the objective of the application in the 10-year period is to see other competitors come into the market as well and succeed and service customers, and ideally not see subsidy from BC Hydro customers, see it to be a cost recovery activity for BC Hydro and a healthy market generally. Is that a fair summary of the objective of the application?
I think that's a fair summary, yes.
So one of the curiosities, it's the elephant in the room that's not in the room, is we don't see any competitors here. They were here in the earlier proceeding. Does BC Hydro, and in fact I don't think even ours were asked by any competitors, or potential competitors, does that concern BC Hydro? Is there any sense that what you've got on the table is deterring interest in this market by competitors? I take, for example, we had discussions earlier around the different subsidies, government subsidies that are available to all competitors. But BC Hydro, for example, has a marketing budget that it can turn to potentially in reaction to a competitor's activity, which would not generally be available to a competitor in the sense of you've got an 8-year window where you're losing money. The similar situation will exist for competitors. The ability of Hydro to react to competition with those sorts of resources, does that concern BC Hydro that it may not contribute to development of the market? Just like you to comment generally on that.
Yeah, I think I made a couple comments in response to that. The first is to say that I think other providers may have tools at their disposal. So to think about a marketing budget, I think we have seen other providers in the market do pricing activities that are marketing in nature, promotional in nature. And so that would suggest that their pricing structure is such that they have come up with a way that they are able to price that flexibility in and market their services accordingly. And to an extent, that's something similar that we're trying to build into our own cost-based rates. The second point I would make is, for obvious reason to think, would hesitate to speak for the exempt providers in terms of why they aren't here today, for example. I don't purport to have any insight into that. What I would offer, perhaps, is that I do feel like this proceeding has been less controversial than perhaps the proceeding for the initial application. And certainly in the proceeding for the initial application, there were a number of exempt providers that appeared and that submitted concerns to the Commission with regards to BC Hydro's proposal. I think the Commission's response to that was to say, BC Hydro, we're rejecting your application, and a key reason why we're rejecting your application is it's not cost-based, and to give us parameters around how that might happen. And so we took that away, and I think are quite pleased that, in our view, we've been able to put forward an application that allows us to deliver on the mandate that government's given us, but also allows us to work within the cost-based parameters that the Commission set out. And to the extent that that has perhaps lowered the controversy around this issue, then perhaps that's an indication. But again, I don't want to purport to speak for others.
No, and that's a helpful response. Thank you for that, Mr. Stanby.
Yeah, maybe I can add to Mr. Sandvy's comment. We do see other providers, in the market stepping up significantly, right? So Tesla is in the market, obviously very significantly. Parkland, Chevron, we're seeing, evolving their markets. On the level 2 market, we see Flow and ChargePoint. So there's definitely other providers that we see in the market acting.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. The only outstanding item from our perspective is just our exhibit and the fact that there were some material that was not on the record, and whether BC Hydro has any objection to this being marked as an exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. So, Mr. Webb, do you have any objections to the witness aid from CEC being entered as an exhibit in this proceeding?
No objection.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Webb. Mr. Cody, I think you will need to mark that as an exhibit. Perhaps you can just tell everyone what number we should give it.
Yeah, so that'll be Exhibit C7-4.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We are now at 4:09, and the next in the order of appearances is our CIA and Mr. Vaney. I'm in your hands. If you wish to proceed today, we can. I understand you have about 15 minutes or so of cross-examination. Alternatively, I offer you the first spot tomorrow morning. It's totally up to you.
We'll take first spot tomorrow morning, just to be sure. Yeah.
Is that okay with the BC Hydro witness panel? We still have Ms. Meese, who has about an hour, I believe, for tomorrow.
Yes, that works for us. Thank you.
All right. Well, for good behavior, you guys are getting out early today. Also because the room is getting extremely warm now. So either they're going to sweat us out, but in any event, thank you everyone for your attention, for being prepared for this SRP, and I hope you're dressed for the room tomorrow, not for the weather. So have a great evening, and thanks once again to everyone. We're adjourned for today, and we'll be back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning.